Can you hear me? I just turned my mic on, so now maybe you can. Hi, Bella's mom. Hey, Beth of a salesman. How did your date go the other night? Hey, Vel. This is the overdramatic defendant. So I have two. Can you hear me before I start talking and saying incredibly intelligent things for no reason? Hey, Margarita. Good, and you? Okay. Beaches hears me. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So I have set up. So two trials started this week that I'm watching and I'm covering, so to speak, and they're both good, which is nice because I don't want to keep harping on Corey Richens. Also, her defense attorneys have made all other defense attorneys much more palatable, which says a lot. Um, Thank you, Nicole. So I've got two of them. I'm going to start with. I mean, we can. I have two things set up. The opening statements for the that Gerhard Konig who took his wife on a hike and tried to throw her over a cliff for her birthday. Opening statements for that because those are the best parts. And for this one, which is that Suzanne Mericle who shot her boyfriend in self-defense through a locked door. We can do the opening statements of that, and maybe we should, but what I have queued up here is the text messages that she had sent him. I'm going to just give you a little background and then because for a few reasons. One, in my opinion, the only thing we need really is these text messages to get an idea of exactly what was going on here. Now, I will say this. He did something that upset her a lot, and that I understand that it upset her. She's a 61-year-old woman. He's a 68-year-old man. She found out that he was giving some money in like Moldavia or whatever, and her daughter, who's a model here, like things that you wouldn't love to see on your boyfriend's phone. But in my opinion, if you can't, hey, at the end of the day, if you can't live with something at this stage in the game, just part ways. They just bought a house together, and I mean, so, um, hey, Mal. So, and not only do these text messages from Suzanne Miracle to um, David Barron tell us everything we need to know about them, in particular her, but the cop reading them does a really good job. And I trigger warning if you don't like sexts. There aren't a lot of them, but the one or two that there are, hey Disney mom, pretty, you know, pretty dirty. Yeah, just leave. I mean, I get it. They just bought a house together, but he's. I mean, just split. Just deal with that. At least you didn't move all your shit in yet. I don't know. I didn't see how Beth of a salesman date went. I asked her, and then I don't think she told me. Rude. Okay, so let's watch this. And hey, Anders, that was his wife. He pushed over a cliff. He didn't think it was unnecessary, or he tried to. Tried to. So just to update anyone who just got here, this is the woman, the dentist, who shot her boyfriend through a locked door, claiming it was self-defense. These are just the text messages that this cop is going to read, and then we'll take it from there and decide if we want opening statements or we can go back and forth between the cases. So, yeah. Let's also see how the sound goes on this.
So I see we've got green. I know it's kind of bright. Is the green the defendant and the blue would be Mr. Barron? So like if I were to scroll blue.
Two things. One, do you hear it? Yeah, it is wackadoo. Hey, Mary. Two, I had it on top messages. Put it on all messages. Don't be like me. Okay? I know. Yeah, Margarita, I figured she must have told me, but I missed it because I was on top messages because I make bad choices in my life, apparently. Okay, good.
Blue.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So starting at the top of page 1 on States 241, I'm going to zoom a little bit more so it's as easy as possible. Could you read what the defendant texted?
So from the defendant to the decedent, it just says hello.
And what's the date of this message exchange?
Delivered October 8th of 2024 at 9:37 p.m.
And do you remember the month or the around the date where the defendant and the victim closed on their lake house in Lake Lanier?
I believe she said October, November.
October of 2024?
Yes, it was October,
Okay.
November, I believe.
So she says hello, hello, and then a third hello. And then at 10:54, what does she say?
Never mind. How do you fall asleep without telling me good night or making sure that I am home safe? Question marks.
And then at 10:55, so 1 minute later, what does she say?
I have texted you since 9 o'clock. I know you did not fall asleep that early. I just don't understand.
And then she deleted a message that was sent at 11:01 and then sends another text at 11:03 p.m. What does that say?
I am very sad. I check on myself like always. I am safe and good. Do not worry. I will always take care of myself.
And what was the reply?
So he replies, Allie is here.
And then at 12:48 a.m., what does he say?
Good night, my love.
What does he say after that?
Are you safe and okay?
What does he say after that?
I had taken my phone upstairs to charge when Colt and I arrived home.
Moving on to States 247. It's on October 12th of 2024 at 6:28 p.m. What does the defendant say?
Apologize, jury. I'm going to read it word for word.
Brace yourselves.
I'm getting so wet thinking about sucking your cock.
And then what does she say at 7:48 p.m.?
Have you seen?
Hello.
What does she say at 8:12?
Hello.
What is the reply for Mr. Barron at 8:23?
I would love that.
And what does Miss Mericle say to that?
That was 2 hours ago. Offer is gone. You do not act like you miss me.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
Pardon charging my phone. Is that okay?
And what does he say at 8:27?
Why are you saying this?
And what's her reply at 8:28? And then there's two replies at 8:28 at 39 seconds and 52 seconds. What are those?
I am missing you so much, exclamation marks, and then I love you so much.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
It is fine if I don't hear from you for many hours, but you don't hear from me, or you don't hear, but if you don't hear immediately from me, something must be wrong.
And then she replies at 8:30 and 8:31. What are her two replies?
Nothing is wrong. I only miss you so much! Exclamation marks. And then, are you watching the game? FL State is winning.
Moving on to states 243. This is on November 6th, 2024 at 9:28 p.m. What does the defendant say?
I need a kiss.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
Yes.
And what does she ask?
When are we going to marry?
And what is his reply?
Soon, my love.
And then he texts again. What does he say?
It was good talking to McCain today. We felt comfortable.
Do you know who McLean is?
Oh, McLean, apologies. Yeah, I believe that's her son.
And what does she say in reply to that?
When? Why should you know and not me?
And then what does she say at 9:35?
He enjoyed talking with you. Thank you, my love.
And then he replies at 9:37. What does he say?
I don't totally know yet. Let's get our move in together and talk about it from there.
Just quickly, so this cop, I think, is doing a really good job with these, and he's got an undercurrent of like a sense of humor, which gets, as he gets more comfortable reading, you'll see his timing is very good, and he's a good actor. Also, you see what I mean here? Like, I mean, of course you do. This woman, at the end of the day, there's night. Hi, how are you? What are you doing? How have you been? How's the weather? What are you watching, etc.? That's small talk. Yeah. But you said don't do small talk over text, and I mean what we were hearing at that moment was not small talk. You know what I mean? That was fact talk. Right, just pick up the phone. That's the yeah. I mean, also just where do we start here? That's the least of the problems here. Yeah, we do need Eric to do a dramatic reading. Like, also, as I said, she's not a kid. She's obviously, I mean, she has children. I don't know if she was married or what happened there, but I'm starting to see why it didn't work out. He's a man. That's what men do. They fall asleep in the elevator coming up to your apartment. I mean, this is how they do it, you know? 2 hours later, he gets back to you. I get it. She was crazy jealous because she had just found this thing in his phone, but then leave it. Like, don't behave this way. This is so embarrassing. I mean, this is nothing compared to the behavior we're going to see ultimately that brings us here, of course, but...
Yes, I believe that was right.
And then he replies again at 9:39. What does he say?
I felt close to him with our talks.
And what does she say at 9:39?
I wanted us to be engaged before we moved in together. This is so different.
And then she loved his message about McLean. And then he replies at 9:50. What does he say?
I know, different for me also. It all happened quickly.
And then she replies at 9:51 and 9:57. What does she say?
When will we be engaged? We both need to know the answer. It is not traditional.
And then below this looks like it's the same message but sent again at 9:57. So the same message sent twice. Does that look right?
Yes.
And then he replies at 9:59. What does he say?
We can discuss perhaps December, January.
And then what's her reply to that at 10:01?
We do not have to marry.
And what does he say?
I want to marry.
She says at 10:06, what?
Maybe we should wait a year or two.
And he says what?
No.
And then what does she say?
Question marks.
And then at 10:22 and 10:40, she has two replies. What does she say?
It should be an easy and simple decision and process. And then the second text is never mind.
And then she texts again at 11:07.
Are you awake? I tried to call you.
Then again at 11:11.
Can you call me?
And then a deleted message at 11:18. And now we're into November 7th at 6 a.m. What does she say?
Good morning, sleepyhead.
And then what is his reply?
Hey, good morning, babe.
What does he say
Baby?
next?
Oh, where we at? Sorry, I crashed on you.
And then what does he say again?
Plus, I dropped my phone and crushed the volume buttons on my case cover. My IT guy is replacing it.
And then she says at 6:07 a.m.
Sorry about phone. I'm getting dressed to work out.
And then he says in reply at 6:08.
Good job, babe. Have a good workout.
And then what's her reply to that at 6:25 a.m.?
Are you 100% you want to spend the rest of your life with me? Are you having doubts?
And what does he say?
None at all.
And again.
Absolutely want that.
And what's her reply at 7:03 a.m.?
I want to believe you so bad, but my gut is telling me something else. I understand if we need to slow down. I'm more needy than you are.
No shit.
You're good either way. You are very strong.
So things are about to ramp up here a little bit if memory serves. And first of all, she's got some Sarah Boone in her text-wise. Well, every way-wise, probably. Although I don't think she's necessarily sadistic. She's just jealous and a little bit of a drinker, as we will see by him asking her several times. Are you drunk? She's basically having a relationship on her own at this point, and I get it because he makes a lot of excuses why he didn't get back to her sooner. He's just I don't understand the whole thing that he's doing. Well, I mean, I kind of do because he doesn't want her to freak out. Maybe he did. I think he probably loves her. Who the fuck knows? Listen, I don't know. I can't.
Moving on to states 244.
One other thing, just because this kind of adds some context to this. This woman that she found in his phone and wherever she was, not here, not in the States, and her daughter who is here, who he was sending money to them and stuff like that. She had told her, there are text messages between her and this boyfriend's son also, adult son. And his whole family was not happy about him sending money to this woman in Moldavia or wherever she is, which I also think is kind of like none of their business, but so she's working every angle here, and this guy is, for whatever reason that he's doing this, which definitely I would not be cool with, but I would make a decision. Either I'm going to accept it or not and act accordingly. Anyway, so this guy's under, like everyone's pissed at him about this, including his kids and.
What's the first text from Mr. Barron? Yeah. This is November 20th of 2024. Sorry.
Okay. Apologize, just reading. Leave pussy alone for now.
Oh, God.
And what does she say?
We should have phone sex.
And what does she say again?
Pussy needs lots of attention.
And then what does he say?
I know.
What does he say again?
I am zeroed in on TVs.
And what's her reply at 9:29 p.m.?
Never mind.
And then he says at 9:43 what?
Don't be upset.
And then he sends some pictures of what looks like the lake house.
Yes.
And then at 9:44, what does the defendant say?
After this weekend, I do not think I excite you. Maybe if I had pretty hair.
And what is his reply?
I'm so in love with you.
And what does she say at 9:45?
I wonder.
And then what does she say at 9:48?
I do not have pretty hair. I am not young.
And what is his reply?
You have beautiful hair, and are beautiful.
And at 9:58, what does she say?
I want you to desire me. You act like we are married, and we're not. I have no ring on my finger.
Moving on to state 245. This is from December 5th of 2024. What does the defendant text?
When are you going to ask me to marry you?
And then is that same text sent again at 1:16?
Yes.
And what is his reply?
Certainly soon.
And then she replies at 1:24 at 44 seconds and 59 seconds. What are those?
That is not an answer. My last boyfriend told me that, and by the time he asked me to marry him, I was done. Why a secret?
What does she say? The next two replies are at 1:25 and 1:27.
I am not 20. Never mind. I do not want to marry. I can survive alone.
And then he says at 1:34 a.m., what does he say back?
What?
And then he says again 1:34.
Are you drunk?
And then she replies at 1:36. What does she say?
No, I am not drunk. Mike asked me tonight, where is your ring? It is humiliating. No answer to Mike. He is right.
And then she says 1:36. What does she say?
Never mind.
And then 1:41.
No, I am not drunk. I am concerned. Times like this make me wonder what you really want. I'm going to stay on St. Simon's this weekend. You need to think about our situation alone.
And then it looks like same text, no, different text at 1:55. What does she say?
Never mind. Sorry I bother you. I know someone that wants you and would treat you better than me. She has a mission. I don't.
And then what is his reply at 2:04 a.m.?
I just got home. So for the fact that we haven't been dating for 7 months and you don't have a ring or we are not married is humiliating. Why would Mike, of all people, ask, where is your...
Now he's really giving it to her good. Like, she's like, Mike asked me where my ring is. And he's, you know, he gives her a good answer back.
ring? They have dated and lived together several years, and does she have a ring, or has he asked her to marry him?
And she replies
They're in their
at
60s.
2:09 a.m. What does she say?
She's 61.
Good. Glad you're home. I'm good.
Hey, horrific aliens.
I do not want to get married. I will take care of myself. I don't care about what anybody thinks, but I do think about you way too much. You do not think of me in the same way. I cannot make another mistake. I am really good. I will be fine. I always survive. I don't need anyone to take care of me. I am good alone. I'm not going to beg anyone to be with me. I need alone time to think about this though, because you told me last 2 weekends ago, this moved way too fast, beginning to agree with you. I'm not the woman before you. Oh, I'm not the woman. Yeah. You need somebody more dependent.
And then it looks like that text was edited at 2:09 to add, you are a good person. Does that look right?
I believe so, yes.
And then at 2:11, he replies, what does he say?
I certainly want to marry, and I have the same feelings for you.
And she replies at 2:12 a.m. What does she say?
No, you do not. I am going to have this discussion again, or I am not going to have this discussion again. If you want me, I would have known by now. Go find what you want.
And then at 2:12 a.m. again.
I wasted 3 years with the last guy. He kept telling me how much you love me and how much you want to marry me. I was an idiot.
Just a side note here. Hi, Michael. I hope you're feeling good. It's good to see you. Just a side note here. I think it's a bad idea in general to tell your new boyfriend how crappy all your old boyfriends treated you. It just kind of sets up a precedent that's not great, you know, like bar is so low, have at it. And also, it's just putting yourself in the victim. I just think it's, well, of course it's manipulative and it's not good.
And then it looks like that same text was edited at 2:13 to add, look how that turned out.
Yes.
Does that look right? And then he replies at 2:42,
Also, again, she's 61 years old. He's 68. They both have grown children already. What does she need to get married so badly for? I don't understand.
two different times. What does he say?
Well, I'm not like that. Good night. And the second text, not really sure where this all came from tonight.
And what is her reply at 6:29 a.m.?
Yes and no.
It came from, I miss you and I want to be with you. I don't like being without you. I want to feel like I belong to you. I am sorry.
And then again at 8:18, what does she say?
I know what will happen. I know we've not been dating that long. I was not drunk, but I did have a few drinks. But I start thinking of things and missing you, and it has to be together. I guess I feel like if we're married, we'll be together 24 hours a day. And I know that's not the case. Sleep and get rest. Love you with all my heart.
Moving on to states 246. This is from January 3rd, starting January 3rd of 2025, going into January 4th of 2025. If you could read what the defendant said there.
Hey there.
That's at 12:17 p.m. What does she say at 11:14 p.m.?
Hey, you could have told me goodbye.
And then two more texts at 11:14 p.m. and 11:15 p.m.
I deserve better. I know I'm not the woman you want.
And then what's the one at 11:15?
Please call me.
And then at 11:16.
I can't believe you walked out on me.
And then at 11:20, it looks like there's a deleted text and another deleted text. And then what does she send at 11?
So they just bought like a 1 million home together. And at this point, honestly, I mean, I would just be like, listen, you'll hear from my lawyer. We can split it up and that's it. Or just keep the fucking house. Like, don't contact me anymore.
26.
Call me. Please call me.
And then again at 11:35.
Please call me.
And then at 11:41.
Are you staying at the Hilton? I'm here. Please call.
And then 11:43.
I tried Brunswick to find you. Please call me.
And at 11:44.
Never mind. I know you don't honestly love me.
And I know it's getting harder to read, but at 11:51.
Please let me know you're safe. I do love you. I'm sorry that I don't measure up and you had to reach out to other women to find what you need because I didn't meet your needs.
And then at 11 or at noon, she sends a picture. Can you tell what's in that picture?
I believe that's him.
Picture of the two of them together?
Yes, believe, but I need to confirm that.
And then moving on to 247, this is going to be on January.
The lake house was hers. These two have only been dating for like 7 months. They just bought this house together. She's a dentist. She's got her own practice. Something comes up. I think it's when she starts talking about her sister and her sister's birthday that things get like kind of like, not in an obvious way, but kind of subtle funny, you know? Hey, Kelly, yeah?
February 7th of 2025. What does the defendant say at the top?
Thank you. I've had a long and confusing day.
And what does she say at 7:12?
This is about a month before the incident where she had to defend herself by shooting him through a locked door.
p.m.
Do you honestly love me?
And what's his reply at 7:14 p.m.?
Honestly, love you very much.
So embarrassing.
And then
Hi,
she
Erin.
texts back at 7:15 p.m. What does she say?
I can't keep checking your phone and keeping tabs on you. What happens when the next woman reaches out to you? I am just sick to my stomach that ever happened. I just can't get it out of my mind. It crushed my confidence, my heart.
And then at 7:17, so 2 minutes later, what does she say?
When you walked out on me Saturday night, I only honestly thought it was over between us. You broke up with me in June didn't reach out to me for over a month. And then only when I reached out to you, this is really just shaking me up. I never thought I would have to do with betrayal. I have been dealt some shit in my life, and I deserve good things coming my way.
And then 1 minute later, what does she say?
I am headed to dinner. This is the woman you met the other night, and I'm dreading her asking me questions about you and how we're doing and how she's so happy for me.
And then at 7:20, so 2 minutes later, what does she say?
Honestly, I don't even want to go. The next time I see Evan, Brittany, I'm going to be totally humiliated.
And 1 minute.
First of all, she's humiliating herself. Right, Iris, just to catch you up, there's a 61-year-old woman and her 68-year-old boyfriend. They've been dating for 7 months. They just bought a house together. She found some stuff on his phone she did not like about some woman and her daughter and that he's sending money to and or wherever. And instead of just deciding whether or not she can live with it, she's making her life and his life hell. She's having a conversation with herself. Like, he's not answering. What is he going to say? I have to have dinner with so-and-so. I'm so humiliated. You met her last week. Like, she's having this whole thing. And she's very woe is me.
Later, what does she say?
We haven't even talked since yesterday. I have not even had alcohol. I don't even want to have a drink because I know I'm going to get upset even more. I just keep asking myself, why did this have to happen? Why did you hide your phone from me? Why did you delete her message? Why didn't you tell me about Laura? What am I not giving you that you need? A man that needs another woman. My heart is just broken.
And he replies at 7:25 p.m. What does he say?
I'm sorry you're having these feelings. Certainly my apologies.
And then he says again at 7:28.
He is successful. He's an executive for a company that remodels hotels or something like that. He's successful. I don't know if it's his company or if he just works for it, but I know his son works there too. Yeah, she needs a hobby, is right. She's got a hobby. We're listening to it right now.
You are giving me everything, and I don't need any other woman.
And then she replies also at 7:28. What does she say?
Will you love me forever? You can never walk away from me. I want you to love me more than anyone.
Wow.
And at 7:30, what does he say?
I am actually at that point.
And she says what also at 7:30?
At what point?
And what's his reply?
Loving you forever.
And then again, what does he say?
Never walking away.
And then what does he say again at 7:42?
You are my sole love.
And then what does her reply at 7:42?
I thought you had already decided that.
And what does he say at 7:50?
Yes.
And then she replies at 7:50 also.
Then why did you stay connected to Lilia and Laura? I'm confused.
And at 7:55, what does she say? Or he say, I'm sorry?
Was not connected.
And then she says at 7:56.
You protected Lilia over me. You chose her. Left me that night. She must have pulled on you.
And
This is the daughter and the woman that she's talking about now. And, this brings to mind the little conversation we had once. I don't know what we were talking about, but for me, what it comes down to, other than the fact that this is ridiculous, is self-respect. Like, I would never allow any of the, like, just, if you have a little bit of self-respect or a lot of self-respect, that will really get you through, And as I've said before, the only thing it will prevent is sometimes getting laid. But sometimes you got to take a loss.
at 7:56 also, so about 20 seconds later, what does she say?
I thought I was so special to you. I am so confused.
And then he replies at 8:03 p.m. What does he say?
You are so special to me.
And then her reply at 8:05.
All I wanted is for someone to love me with all their heart and soul. I am so sick of not being treated right.
And what's his reply at 8:21?
I'm in hopes of treating you right.
States 248. This is January 13th, 2025 at 8:11 a.m. What does she say?
I do love you. I'm struggling with this, trying to understand what happened and why. I feel like perhaps I'm not all you need. You were the one thing that was solid in my life. I want to believe so hard that Lilia or Laura mean nothing to you. Let's be patient with each other, and I know we can get through this.
And he replies at 8:33. What does he say?
Yes, we can.
And then what does she say at 8:33?
I love you.
Moving
Yes.
on to states 249. This is also that same day, January 13th. This is later in that day at 8:32 p.m. What does the defendant say?
How many women are you texting? Why did you delete it? Why did you delete?
First thing I thought of was Oscar Pistorius. He's the Olympian, he's a runner, right? Who has like blades for legs. Doesn't have legs, and he shot his girlfriend, his model girlfriend, through the bathroom door, and he's free now. But she's not a famous Olympian. He was, I think he's Russian or Polish or something. Not that makes him not guilty, but I'm just saying it wasn't. I don't know where that trial took place.
If there was nothing to see, I feel so unwanted by you.
And then at 8:32 as well, a couple seconds later, what does she say?
I feel like I am not enough for you.
Oh my God.
And what's his reply?
Wow.
And then she replies at 8:32 and 8:33. What does she say?
I am very sad. The second text. I thought I was everything to you. I question all you have said to me.
And then again at 8:33.
What does Lilia have? Laura, if you want them, go find them.
And then he replies at
South
8:34.
African.
What does he say?
Are you drinking tonight?
And she replies a minute later. What does she say?
No, I am not. I have been thinking about this for days. That's why I can't sleep or eat.
And then at 8:35.
I am not enough for you.
And then again at 8:35 at 34 seconds and 59 seconds.
I need someone that lifts me up. The second text. I feel inadequate with you.
And then 8:36.
I am not enough for you. I feel unwanted. I feel
Things are.
like if I let this go, that you're texting them every day and talking to them on your ride home and enjoying their company.
And also at
Enjoying their company.
8:36 at 44 seconds and 53 seconds. What does she say?
Why? Second text. I was so happy with you.
And then 8:37. What does she say?
I am in bed.
And then also at 8:37:43. What does she say?
I am never enough.
A couple seconds later. What does she
Listen to
say?
this.
Please do please do what you need to do.
So he replies at 8:39. What does he say?
Okay, let's end this. You will never trust me. No matter what I tell or say to you, there is nothing that can satisfy you.
And then she replies at 8:52. What does she say?
I feel all alone. I know you will never understand. I thought you loved me with all your heart, but you don't. You care for Lilia, Laura, and I don't know who else. I am tired. I'm at my waterfront condo trying to figure out what to do.
And then he replies at 8:56. What does he say?
I don't care for anyone but you can't understand that.
And then again at 9:11. What does he say?
I will not come down this weekend, and I will hire an attorney on our house situation.
And then she replies at 9:13. What does she say?
Please call me. You don't have to hire an attorney.
And then at 9:14.
Please call me.
And then what does he say at 9:14?
McLean and I will stay here until we sell the house.
And then at 9:16, what does she say?
My sister is having her 60th
Here we
birthday
go.
party. Her husband of 35 years is throwing her a surprise party.
A couple seconds later, what's
Also, she's texting him like she's writing in her diary, like just talking about all her feels, not waiting for it. Just, I mean, it's probably in the middle of the night at this point. He's sleeping, and then just. I think thinks that this is when his timing gets really funny and things ramp up a little bit.
she
On
say?
Saturday,
I mean, they can't ramp up any more than they are. She's can't really get much more stupid and embarrassing.
And then again, what does she say a couple seconds later?
She is so lucky in so many ways.
Again,
Blessed.
and then
That's the part I like.
9/17/35,
I want that so bad.
9/17/43.
She's talking about her sister and how her sister's husband they've been together for so long, and he's throwing her a birthday party, and she's so lucky, and I want that so bad. First of all, I hate that because I'm sure her sister has plenty of her own problems and has, But I just rewound a little bit because his timing with the blessed is so good. I think I rewound it a little bit. Let's see.
Only me.
9/18/33.
Why couldn't you be that man to love me?
Then he says at 9/18, what does he say?
Could have had.
And she says at 9/18/51.
Nope, you ruined that.
At 9/19, what does she say?
Over what? I hope it was worth it. You treated me horrible. I did not deserve that.
Hang on, let me rewind.
And
it
the
again.
next team, what does she say?
My sister is having her 60th birthday party. Her husband of 35 years is throwing her a surprise party
Couple seconds later, what's she say?
on Saturday.
And then again, what does she say a couple seconds later?
She is so lucky in so many ways.
Again,
Blessed.
and then 9/17/35,
Blessed.
I want that so bad.
9/17/43,
Someone to love only me.
9/18/33.
Why couldn't you be that man to love me?
Then he says at 9/18, what does he say?
Could have had.
And she says at 9/18/51.
Nope, you ruined that.
At 9/19, what does she say?
Over what? I hope it was worth it. You treated me horrible. I did not deserve that.
And then at 9/27, what does she say?
Please tell me that you love me and that I'm enough for you.
At 9:33, what does she say?
I love you so much. I want to believe I'm the only woman you need and want.
At 9:34, what does she say?
Thanks for calling me.
And 9:44.
Can you bring me bags of leftover sausage balls? We can bring that as an appetizer for the birthday party.
And then 10:12, what does she say?
Do you know how much I desire you? Or how much I love you? I wish you knew 20 years ago I do love you. I hope and pray that you love me.
And at 10:17, what's his reply?
I do love you.
And then she says also at 10:17.
Please love me with all your heart.
And then he says at 10:46.
I have said many times,
And then at 10:46, she also says what?
I want you.
And then he replies what?
I want you, or no, want you also.
And so this is a January 13th.
Oh.
Do you remember the date where they got into the argument and she was arrested for the DUI? Do you remember if it
Just
was?
in February a second ago?
It was late February.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on to January 21st. This is States 250. This is January 21st, so a couple days later at 9:41 p.m.
Exactly, Billie Jean.
What does she say?
I am sad, confused, and hurt. I believed everything you said to me. I thought you loved me.
And then at 9:49, what does she say?
Are you and Lilia married? Please tell me what's going on. What is going on? I do not deserve this.
And then at 9:57, what does she say?
I believed in you, hung on every word you said to me. All I want is someone to love me.
And then at 10:55, she sends a photograph. Is that a picture of her and Mr. Barron?
Yes, that's more than yes. That's identified.
And then she sends another photograph. It's probably a little bit harder to tell what that is. At 4:57, this is now January 22nd at 4:57 a.m. What does she say?
I am scared. All the power is out. All the power is out, and it's freezing in here. I do not like being alone.
And then at 4:57 a.m., what does she say again?
I have no one but myself.
And then at 5:03 a.m., what does she say?
I am heartbroken. Why did you buy a house with me? Why did you lead me on? Who is this Lilia Bocan? Why didn't you buy a house with her? Why didn't you why did you play with my heart? You have destroyed me.
Yep,
I
Michael.
believed in you. You have ruined my heart. I am trying to figure out who you are and what kind of person plays with someone's heart. I'm so hurt. but I know you don't care. The lies, the betrayals, who are you? I put my heart and soul into you. I love you so much, my heart is broken. I don't think it will ever be repaired. I am so sad.
And then at 5:04, so that was at 5:03:48. This is 5:04:33. What does she say?
I'm alone again. I'm so sad. You cannot play with people's hearts.
And then at 5:12, what does she say?
Who are you? Who is Lilia Bocan? I deserve an answer. She told me you were married to her.
And then at 5:17, what does she say?
I fell in love with you. I honestly thought you were my forever. I wanted to be your wife. I wanted you to be my husband. What happened? I have been hurt so many times, I just can't take anymore. Why couldn't you just love me for me?
And then he replies at 9:46 a.m. What does he say?
Suzanne, I am truly sorry to have hurt you. It was never my intention.
Moving on to States 251, this is on February 20th of 2025. What does, I promise we're almost done, what does the defendant say? This is at 9:23 p.m.
Trash out.
And then what does he say again?
How did call with attorney go?
What does she say?
I have to have an interlock device installed in my car.
And then what does he say?
Okay.
And then at 10:48, what does she say?
Horrible. I am so sad. I feel alone, but I will survive. I have so many times before.
And then at 10:49, what does she say?
I feel like you don't even care about me, and you knew that I had a phone call with my attorney. And you never called to check on me. I feel like you don't really love me.
And then he says at 2:49 what?
Why I feel alone?
And what does she say at 2:50?
You knew I had a call, and you never checked on me afterwards.
And then what does she say at 10:50 a couple seconds later?
I wish you worried about me like you do Lily and her daughter.
And then at 10:50 a couple seconds later, what does she say?
Don't worry about me.
And then what's his reply?
I had electricians here today.
And then what does he say again?
Remember?
And she says what?
I am good.
And he says at 10:55.
I will not come there this weekend to listen to all this. I cannot deal with it.
And what does she say at 10:56?
Can you talk?
And then again at 11:25.
I love you. I'm going to pull up my big girl panties and be strong.
States 252 is on February 24th, so 4 days later. This is at 9:44 p.m. What does she say?
I do love you. Are you finished with Lillian, Emily?
And what is your reply?
Yes, have been, sweetheart.
And what does she say at 10:06 p.m.?
I miss the David I met at first. I miss us. When did you finish with her? You texted her yesterday. She wants you to keep paying. She said she's confused. She's not confused. Her and her daughter had a grand time in New York or NY.
And then 10:07.
Wish you would have finished with her before me.
And then 10:08.
I think you're in love with her and me.
And what does he say at 10:09?
Yes, agree. We became one so quickly.
And 10:09 again.
Just you.
And then 10:12.
It has always been you for me.
And then she replies at 10:14. What does she say?
I can't understand why you took care of her, not me, but her, for so long. You are in love with her. I am good with that. But I deserve more than to fight for you over a woman like that. I will not. I value and respect myself too much. You are so in love with her. I want you to be with her.
I don't think Cliff is here.
Moving on to the last one, States 253 is on February 26th, so 2 days later. It's a long text from the defendant. I apologize, but if you could read that, it's February 26th at 8:55 a.m.
Okay. You always tell me you're going to call me later, and night
doing
after
good,
night
isn't he?
you fall asleep and I never hear from you. This is a strong indication you're not prioritizing our relationship. I would hope you would be looking forward to talking to me. You are ignoring me, which is not okay and considered it's disrespectful behavior. I honestly do not ask you for much, or I honestly do not ask much for or ask much for much from you, sorry. I do not feel good about us. I need to take a step back. Between your actions in the last month, putting me last and Lilia first, never putting me first, I do not feel valued. These last months, I feel a mixture of sadness, frustration, loneliness, and it has taken a significant hit to my self-esteem. I do question my worth in this relationship. I honestly feel like my needs are being ignored. Your words and actions do not match. I am tired of begging for attention and answers to questions. Our relationship is dying day by day. I need to feel loved, valued, and respected. I am tired of writing novels to you. I should not have to tell a grown man how to treat, or furthermore, how I want to be treated. I honestly do not understand what is going on. I do not excite you or make you want to reach out. I feel unappreciated and very lonely. Please do not respond with words that do not mean anything. Your actions are answering to all my questions. I need time to sort this out. No, I love you, and it's hard for my heart to grab love because I crave it. I want love so bad.
Good morning.
Hi, Lakeisha. Thank you, Tabby. This is the opening statements of this one that we just saw the text messages from. We can go into the opening statements of this case, which, I mean, the state's opening statement is as expected. You know, she's just laying it out. The defense is a little funnier, but what I had queued up for next is we switched to the Hawaii, the guy who took his wife on a hike and tried to throw her over a cliff for her birthday. So we can just jump around. I know that's okay. It's recent. Thank you, Red Irish. That was kind of my question. I knew the other one was old, but I was just being hilarious. Hey, CJ. Hi, Karen. Yeah, she's embarrassing herself all over the place, and I have a feeling she's going to be spending the rest of her. She's going to be spending that forever that she's longing for. Never alone again. I'm going to play this for now just so I can get the other one set up.
This is James David Barron. He went by David, and so that's what we're going to call him here. He was 68 years old when his life tragically came to an end at the hands of his girlfriend, the defendant, Suzanne Mericle, when she shot him, when she became unhinged and shot him in a fit of rage.
Cracked.
Now, David and Suzanne had begun dating back in 2019. And it was a brief relationship then. They stayed in touch, and they reconnected over the years. They reconnected in the spring.
Okay, so let's switch. Since we started with this, let's stick with it because they're both interesting. So, this one has a long. The other one, which it started later in the week and it's shorter so far. It's really only the opening statements that are worth watching. So let's go through this one and then we can, if we're still feeling it, we can, if we're still getting it.
Of 2024. The defendant was a dentist. She had a practice on St. Simon's Island, and David was an executive for a company that did construction for airports. He had two adult children, 3 grandchildren at the time of his death, and now there's 2 more grandchildren. When they reconnected, in the spring of 2024, they began dating again, and it went at a much faster pace. They started dating, and they even went on vacation together with David's family to the beach. So the defendant went on the family vacation in August to the beach with them. The relationship progressed, and then in October of 2024, they bought this home together on Lake Lanier. So they bought the home, and the defendant was still working in her practice on St. Simon's Island with an eye towards retiring and coming to live here at the lake house with David. So on March 7th, 2025, things had become a little tense. And, but the day started out as a good day. It started out as a good day. They went to the Olive Garden, they ate, they came back. They were still settling in their new home. They were unpacking boxes, they were putting together furniture. That night they watched a movie. And we don't know a whole lot about the events that led up to the shooting that occurred late that night, early in the morning hours of March the 8th. But what the evidence will show is that the defendant had become aware that David had...
I just have to clarify something. There's Jump Around by House of Pain, and then there's Jump by Crisscross. And never the tween shall meet. Okay, so let's get our act together here, people.
Made in contact with a woman from his past, a woman named Lilia, who she thought was from Romania, but was actually lives in Moldova. And David had been sending Lilia money, and the defendant was understandably
Moldova, which I think I've been calling Moldavia.
upset about that. But it became something of an obsession with her. She couldn't let it go. She was constantly confronting David about it, and they were constantly fighting about it. So on the night of March 7th, 2025, what we do know, and what the evidence will show, what the physical evidence will show, is that David retreated
and jump by the
upstairs. So in this lake house, the master bedroom is downstairs. The evidence will show that David had retreated upstairs to a guest bedroom. He had retreated to the guest bedroom, closed the door, locked the door behind him. The evidence will show that the defendant got her gun and that she came upstairs and that she fired that gun into the door where David was standing behind the door and to the side. That she got her gun, which was a Glock 9mm, she got her gun and was holding the gun so that the muzzle was around 6 inches away from the surface of the door. And she fired that gun at a sideways angle. It went through the door, it went through the corner of the wall. And David was blading himself to the side of the door in a defensive position. And the bullet hit him in the left arm, slightly above the elbow. In the left arm, it came out the same arm, went into his chest, traveled through his left lung, and hit in his thoracic aorta, and then went into the right side, fractured a rib, and kind of came to rest on the other side of his chest. So almost immediately.
Hi, Deborah. Rock Hill. Yeah, Olive Oil. I haven't really been following. I started, of course, when I saw Antifree, I was like, what? and I started watching that, but then these two came around. This one who shot her boyfriend through the door, a locked door in self-defense, and then the guy in Hawaii who tried to throw his wife over a cliff. So I haven't really been following that one. There's also an insulin one. There's a lot going on right now. But let me know if you guys have been following the antifree one. I'm trying to remember which, because I watched a little bit of each of those, the antifree and the insulin.
When that happened. The defendant is on the other side of the door. She hears the impact of the bullet. She hears David make a noise, like sort of like a grunt as it hits him. It hits him, and he falls forward
Van Halen's jump.
on his face, and he falls forward in a position where he is on top of his right hand. He's right-handed. He falls on top of his right hand. His left hand is out to his side. And the defendant went to the garage and got a hammer and hammered holes into the door until she could reach in, unlock the door. So she reached in and unlocked the door, and instead of...
So he was in a bedroom, but he was in a guest bedroom, which means that he had to go upstairs and lock himself in, which means that she had to go upstairs to shoot him in self-defense.
rendering medical aid or trying to resuscitate David, she goes into damage control mode. She gets David's Beretta, and she takes that Beretta and she puts it in a position on the floor or near the floor, near where his left hand is. And she fires that gun. She has some problems initially getting the gun to fire because it's not her gun. She's not familiar with it. Some live rounds come out of the gun. She fires the gun, and the gun goes through what is now the open doorway out into the foyer of the home, hitting a metal baluster, hitting a wood banister, and then going out and hitting the wood. There's a wood, I think it's called a batten wall in the foyer. So it hits and nicks that wall. We think she fired 2 to 3 shots based on the evidence. A shot went all the way through the glass, and that projectile was never found. The shot that hit the wood may have ricocheted off the wood and then caused a defect in the glass, but there's fragments from the bullets in various places all throughout the house. So
we're going to hear the 911 call. I know some of you have already heard it, and I apologize that I'm going to play it again because it's not easy to listen to. So I covered this case, the first day of this case, in a video, and I said that I'm going to play the 911 call, and you just let me know in the comments what you think, guilty or not, and I'll ask you the same here, of course. Let's continue on. So I'll put the 911 call in between this and the defense. The defense is...
she had taken...
Also, there's body cam of her that's even, I'm going to say, better than the 911 call, but it's similar.
David's gun. She had taken it out of the holster. She had thrown the holster on the bed, gotten the gun, and done that. And then she began wiping up the blood. But before she started wiping up the blood, she took the shell casings that came from both guns and flushed them, and the projectiles that she found, the live rounds that had fallen out, she flushed them down the toilet. She flushed them down the toilet, and they were later recovered in the septic line. Then she calls 911 around 1:11 or so. She talks to them for a few minutes, doesn't give them a lot of information that's about what's going on. I don't think at that call she even gives her address. She hangs up after about a minute and a half or so. Then she tries to make a call to her sister. Her sister doesn't answer, but then there's 6 minutes between
she doesn't.
when she gets off the first 911 call and she calls 911 for a second time. And then when the police come, she's not out there waiting on the steps, anxious for help. She is upstairs wiping up the blood with towels. So I want to talk to you just a little bit about the charges so that you know what to be looking for and what the state has to prove as we present the evidence to you in this case. Now, because of the defendant's actions that night, she's charged with malice murder in count 1. So
This 911 call actually reminded me of Michael Peterson and also that other guy whose wife allegedly fell down the stairs. When he's in his interrogation, he's like damning her those black shoes. It's very I've already said too much.
She's charged with malice, causing the death of James Barron by shooting him and killing him. And then in counts 2 to 3, those are felony murder counts. And so we have charged him with 2 different felony murders with 2 counts of felony murder because she committed felony murder in 2 different ways. She committed 2 different felonies, either of which or both of which could cause the death of David Barron. So when you commit a felony and in the process of committing that felony and somebody is killed, that's felony murder. So here in count 4, the defendant is charged with aggravated assault for assaulting James Barron with a deadly weapon, which is a firearm, which is an object which, when used offensively, is likely to or does result in serious bodily injury, by firing the gun through a door in the direction of James Barron. So then the second felony count is criminal damage in the first degree. And so what you can be looking for as you view the evidence in regards to this count is that the defendant knowingly and without authority interfered with the door in a manner so as to endanger human life.
I just remembered, I think that she plays, this attorney, the state attorney plays the 911 call.
Shooting the door of a room that was occupied by a person, that being James David Barron. In count 6, the defendant is charged with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Always 69.
And so what you need to be looking for in regards to whether the state has proven that count is that we proved that the defendant had a gun on her person or in her possession, and that she used that gun to commit the crime of aggravated assault, which was the crime of shooting the gun through the door in the victim's direction. So in the final count, the defendant is charged with tampering with evidence.
Yeah, olive oil.
And so what she's charged with doing here is knowingly concealing physical evidence, that being the shell casings and the bullets, with the intent to obstruct the prosecution. Sometimes it's prosecution of another. In this case, it's the prosecution of herself. So basically, she flushed the shell casings and the bullets down the toilet in order to hide evidence of her crime. So in order to prove these charges to y'all, the state will be calling witnesses, and we will be presenting evidence through the testimony of the witnesses and some of the physical evidence that the witnesses will present on the stand. So the first witness you're going to hear from is Deputy Zachary Martin. He was the first responding officer on the scene. He had another officer with him, and when they arrived on the scene, they came up to the house in the dark, but it was lit up on the inside. And The deputies were shining their flashlights into the door.
These people aren't even married.
Deputy Martin went around to the side of the house to check on things while
These two have been dating they've known each other for several years. They dated a few years ago, but they've been dating seriously now for 7 months.
Deputy Thomas was pounding on the door and yelling sheriff's office and shining his flashlight in that door. The defendant did not come to the door, and at one point, Deputy Martin saw her come down the stairs and then turn around and go back up the stairs, and he sees her through the foyer window, can see through the foyer window that she is in the bedroom and crouching down, appearing to be doing something, which once he goes inside, sees that she's got the towels and that she's wiping up the blood. So you're going to hear from Deputy Martin, and you are going to see some footage from his body cam about what they saw when they first walked in the house. So I'm going to play just a small portion of what they saw when they first walked into the crime scene.
She came from in here. He's on face down. 2024 camera. You're right. There's a hallway open normal with that. Check on him. Porsche. Bacon, black and color. Yep. Department Sam Henry Charlie 4742. There, and I'll take this room. There's a closet over here. Okay. It's clear. I don't have a pulse on him.
So that's what they saw. They saw David Barron lying on his face, blood everywhere, the gun next to his hand, bloody towels, and all of that. So after you hear from Deputy Martin,
I'm gonna try
you're
to
going to hear from Deputy Richard Thomas.
control
So he
the
was the
volume a
deputy
little
that was
bit.
there that was with Deputy Martin.
Thank you, VC.
And he was knocking on the door. And so Deputy Martin's role was more looking over the crime scene and staying with the paramedics to make sure the crime scene wasn't disturbed. Now, Deputy Thomas's role there was staying with the defendant and keeping an eye on her. So you're going to hear some statements that the defendant made to Deputy Thomas while they were just sitting outside on the porch. Some voluntary, spontaneous utterances and statements that she made about what had happened that night. So listen for these statements when you're watching his body cam. And the statements are important. Listen for those statements and then listen how they compare to the statements she later gave in the interview.
You'll let me know what the sound is.
Also,
Turn it down a little.
think about those statements when you're seeing and hearing the evidence about the physical evidence on the scene.
Thank you, VC.
Just simply, you will see from the evidence that it does not add
I
up.
love this.
So what statements did she make to Deputy Thomas? He grabbed my neck. She's talking about David. She's saying, David grabbed my neck. David made me go upstairs. He tried to shoot me and he shot at me. I got dragged down the stairs and then I got my gun. We got into a fight a couple weeks ago and I decided to drive home. And that is, she's talking about a separate incident that we'll talk about briefly in just a minute. And then she's also talking about the separate incident where she left the house and got a DUI. And she's saying, he made me leave the house. Then also, she says to Deputy Thomas that David dragged me up the stairs. He said he was going to kill me. I said he'd been drinking too much. He said he'd shoved the gun down my throat. I was walking up the stairs and he said, stay away, and he shot the gun. I tried to shoot the doorknob off, or I tried to shoot the lock off. She says this 9 different times, that that's what she was trying to do to Deputy Thomas, that she was trying to shoot the doorknob or the lock off of that closed door. Now, in addition to Deputy Thomas, you're going to hear from Investigator Matthew Mefford. This is him sitting at the table with us today. He's the lead investigator on the case. And one of his roles as the lead investigator was to interview the defendant. So at the sheriff's office, at the law enforcement center, he sat down with the defendant and talked to her about what had happened. And so here's some of the statements that she made during that interview, and I want you to listen for them we'll play the interview for you. And so you be listening for these things. She said that, now she's talking about an incident that happened on February 16th, an earlier incident, that she went upstairs and laid there for 3 hours and couldn't go to sleep. So then I thought, I'm just going to go to St. Simon's. So I got up and got dressed and got all my stuff and put it in the car, and then I went upstairs. He had the door locked, and I said I was leaving. So, and we'll talk some more about that incident in a minute. We keep getting in big fights because of this woman being Lilia, the woman that he is having contact with and sending money to. He said, I got your phone and your journal, and I was going up the stairs to get them. So this is in relation to the incident that night of the shooting. She's saying that he had his phone, had her phone and his journal, and that she was going upstairs to get those items when the shooting occurred. Also be listening for this, and keep this in mind as you view the evidence and as you listen to the testimony. She told Investigator Mefford, we'd never gotten like this, ever, ever, ever. So things had never, ever, ever
Threes.
gotten
Ever,
bad
ever, ever.
as it was that night. She says David was drinking too for a long time, Jack Daniels and maybe some beer. And then she admitted that she flushed 2 to 3 live rounds down the toilet downstairs in the master bedroom. She said that she denied picking up her shell casing from when she fired her Glock. She denied shooting a gun towards the stairs, and she said his gun was right there on the floor with my phone. She also then says, I don't think he shot his gun, I shot my gun, and she says, he didn't shoot me at all. He never shot his gun. So lots of contradictory statements to listen for coming from the defendant. And these are significant because she's saying that he never shot his gun, but then she had said earlier to Deputy Thomas that he shot at her as she was coming up the stairs. So listen for the inconsistencies. She said the holster was on the floor. I don't know why I went and got my gun. She denied picking up the shell casing. She had an injury to her.
Hi, Squirrel. We got the Pointer Sisters. Don't you worry. She couldn't maintain and focus him. That's right, Michael. She flushes live rounds. That's who. And they found them in the septic system because you don't do that, like, I mean, she could have put them anywhere. Flushes them down the toilet, like, wow. Although, I mean, also that wasn't going to help. They knew that they would be there if they were missing. It's not because they didn't exist at one point. Hey, Elizy. Hey, Miss. All the things he did to her, that's right. Exactly. Imagine being a grown-ass woman dentist being that insecure. It's just amazing.
hand that's sometimes referred to as slide bite. Some of y'all that have guns know what, when sometimes if you rack it, you're not holding it right, you can get cut right there. And she said she got that from playing with his gun downstairs because he was had asked her to hold his gun and see if it fit her hand. That was one of the statements that she made to Deputy Mefford. She also said in reference to the fact that she had stated that she was going upstairs just to get her phone because he had her phone. It's just a phone, I know better. She also said, I said, give me my phone. And she also said, I should have just let him keep my phone. She told Mefford, I was waiting for the police and sitting on the stairs. And so be thinking about that when you watch Deputy Martin's body cam. And they come to the door and it takes her almost 2 minutes to come to the door. She told Mefford, I was waiting for the police and was sitting on the stairs. She said, I wasn't trying to shoot him. And she said to Investigator Mefford, I was just trying to shoot the doorknob off. She said, either that, sometimes she said, or she would say it, I was trying to shoot the lock off, but 19 times she says that to Investigator Mefford. So be listening for that in her interview. And be watching for this. Although she is acting dramatic and hysterical, when she's talking to Deputy Thomas and Investigator Mefford, look for any tears. See if you can see any actual tears coming out of her eyes during either of those statements. So we also expect to hear from Sergeant Cameron Durham. He is our crime scene investigator. He has been a crime scene investigator in Hall County for 25 years. And so we're going to go through with him. He took pictures of all the things at the crime scene. So you're going to see a lot of pictures of the evidence and the crime scene through Sergeant Durham. So one of the important things that he took a picture of, this is the door that the defendant shot through. And so this is the door. The door is open in this picture, so it's not like it was when the evidence will show that the gun was fired, but it's just open for the purpose of taking the measurement and taking the picture. So you'll see, and Investigator Durham will testify that where his finger is right around where the bullet went through the door. So this is the side that she shot through from the outside. And you heard all those statements, or you will hear all those statements about how she was trying to shoot the doorknob and shoot the door lock off. Well, the bullet, you'll hear, the evidence will show, went into the door 8 inches above that. So that's what he's pointing to in that picture. When the muzzle of the gun was only 6 inches away from the door. And so in this picture, you can see better the bullet hole. And if you look really close, you can see some little black speckles around the hole. That's called stippling. And Investigator Durham will tell you that what that indicated to him was that the defendant had been standing about 6 inches away from the door when the muzzle was 6 inches away from the surface of the door when she shot at David. You're going to see pictures of the trajectory. So this is the inside of the door. This is the other side of the door. So this rod here indicates the path of the bullet. It came at a sideways angle through the door, nicked that wall, and then went around and kept going in that direction. And you're going to hear Investigator Durham, in his opinion, that David was standing about right here when he was shot and killed. Now you're going to hear about the holster. on the bed. You're going to hear that the evidence will show that the defendant had picked up the holster and already had blood on her hands. When she picked up the holster and she unsnapped the holster and she got David's gun out of the holster to shoot it out to make it look like self-defense. So she took the holster and she threw it on the bed, and then she got the gun out and David's gun out and started firing it. So that's the holster. You're going to hear that there was blood on the holster. The holster was there. A sample was taken, a swab was taken from the holster, and it was sent to the crime lab. And the crime lab found it positive for blood on the holster. And then you're going to hear evidence about the outward trajectory of the shots that the defendant fired from the Beretta. So this picture, the yellow dowel rod, shows the direction of the bullet as it came outwards through the open door and into the foyer. And this is a picture of the other angle of that.
Oh my God.
Investigator Durham will testify that the projectile hit the metal rod, and he doesn't know if it was the same projectile that hit the metal rod
Started this week, this
and the
trial.
wood banister, or if it's two different. He's just trying to show the general direction that the
She's
shots
61.
were fired in. So from the low level on the ground, and then they came outward, hitting the wood, and then hitting, you can see here there's a defect in the wood, and then holes in the glass. And
Yes,
then
that's
the
her on the
hole,
left.
the rounder hole is one, I believe, that Investigator Durham will
Can't see her because of
testify
the long crime thing.
that they never could locate the projectile that went through that. And so this is a still shot that you're going to see from Deputy Martin's body cam that shows the position of the victim, Mr. Barron, when the first responding officers got on the
62?
scene right before the paramedics started trying the life-saving measures on him. And it shows the bloody towels,
Her sister must.
where the defendant left them. It shows the gun
Nightmare.
on top of the blood. And that is another picture of the towels, Mr. Barron's Beretta that the evidence will show was fired and left set there by the defendant, and that's the hammer that she used to get in the door. And then you can see the bloody footprints. Investigator Durham will testify about the bloody footprints from the defendant going into the bathroom and flushing the casings and 2 live rounds down the toilet, not from the master bedroom, but from the upstairs bedroom, the upstairs guest bedroom where she killed Mr. Barron. Now this picture you're gonna hear about, it is important because this is the kitchen, but they had to cut a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen, and up above that is the toilet where the shell casings and the projectiles were flushed. And so they enlisted the help of a septic tank professional who helped them get there in the septic tank. They had taken the toilet out in the guest bedroom where Mr. Barron was. They had taken the toilet out. They put the camera down the pipe and found one of the live rounds up there. And so they got it out from the pipe that was right under the toilet in the upstairs bathroom. And that's a picture of the round that they recovered out of that pipe. There was one more live round that was found further down the line, more underneath the house, and then 2 shell casings that had moved further along that were in the septic tank line. And so we expect that to be evidence that we show concerning the tampering with evidence. And so that's where they got shell casings out of the line. This is, I expect you're gonna see a picture of the live rounds. So it turned out to be there were a total of 4 live rounds that were ejected from the Beretta that the defendant was trying to manipulate in some way and just wasn't operating it correctly when she was firing those shots outward. So she did flush 2 that she found down the toilet, but then there were 2 that she did not find that were maybe had lodged underneath Mr. Barron's body or something like that, because they, after the paramedics came and the crime scene investigator came, they found this one, and then they found this. And what you'll notice about this live round is that it was found on top of the packaging that went in that came in the transport bag that they ended up carrying Mr. Barron out in. So it had gotten kicked out or something, or it had come loose from somewhere, and so the defendant had actually missed those 2 live rounds when she was concealing the evidence and flushing it down the toilet. So in addition to Sergeant Durham, our crime scene investigator, you're going to hear some witnesses from the GBI. You're going to hear from Bryson Miller. He's going to tell you that he tested that sample of blood that Investigator Durham took from the holster, and it was positive for blood. You're going to hear from Martin Gravely. He's the firearms examiner with the GBI, and he looked at both the guns and determined that the projectile that the medical examiner retrieved from the body of Mr. Barron was fired from the defendant's Glock. He's also going to testify that the shell casings that were submitted to him, that one of them came from the Glock, and that one of them came from 2 of them came from the Beretta. So he's going to say that these guns fired these things, and he's going to testify about that. You're going to hear from a toxicologist that did the blood work that was submitted by the medical exam into toxicology, and he's going to tell you that, and so be listening for this, because it's, when you listen to some of the statements the defendant made about that the victim had been drinking, he's going to testify that there was no blood, alcohol in Mr. Barron's blood at the time of his death. The medical examiner is going to testify. She's going to tell you the path of the bullet, that it went through the left arm, into the chest, through the left lung, through the thoracic aorta, and into Mr. Barron's right lung, hitting a rib and stopping in the chest cavity. That the cause of Mr. Barron's death was the gunshot wound of the torso and the upper extremity, and that the manner of death is homicide. Now, in addition to all the science and crime lab witnesses, you're going to hear some witnesses that are going to talk about motive. Now, the state doesn't have to prove motive, but it certainly is helpful, especially in a case like this. And so you're going to hear testimony about December 28th of 2024. And that is the day that the defendant found out that Mr. Barron was having contact with Lilia. That's when she first found out about Lilia, and she confronted him. They got in a fight. He wanted to leave. She took his car keys, and she actually pointed a gun at Mr. Barron. Mr. Barron, she finally gave him his car keys, and he left, and he fled to a hotel. You're also going to hear on January 4th of 2025, that on that day, the defendant became upset because she found out, I think she was looking around in Mr. Barron's things, and she found out that he had been sending money to Lilia and her daughter. She became upset about that. Understandably so, it wasn't a smart thing to do. Even Mr. Barron's family didn't like him doing that, but he was doing that. She was becoming increasingly upset about it. And she confronted him, and he again retreated and went to a hotel. You were going to hear testimony about February 1st of 2025 when they are in St. Simon's, when David Barron had gone to visit the defendant in St. Simon's, and they had gone out to dinner, and they were having a nice dinner, but they got in a fight. She started confronting him about Lilia again upset about Lilia. And they were yelling at dinner, and they were yelling when they came back to the condo, and they were yelling outside the condo, and some neighbors, or some people that were staying in a nearby unit, actually called the police. And the police came out there, and what they actually found out was that David was trying to leave. He was trying to get inside the condo. The defendant had gotten inside the condo. He wanted to get inside and get his things. She would not let him inside. He was trying to open the door to get his things where he could leave. And in doing that, she was pushing against the door, trying to push it closed. And when he was pushing the door open, she fell over and hit her head. And the police came. The police came, they talked to both parties, and they determined that it was an accident and no arrests were made. David was finally able to leave, and he left. And so then you're also going to hear, just continuing on, that there are continued confrontations by the defendant about her dissatisfaction with what Mr. Barron is doing. She's becoming increasingly unhinged and upset about this, and she just cannot move past it. She cannot let it go. He's not listening to her, doing what she wants, and so they get in another fuss. And he goes to that same guest room. He goes upstairs and goes into the guest room to go to bed to avoid her. And she went to sleep at first in the master downstairs, but she couldn't sleep, and so she decided that she was just going to leave and go back to St. Simon's. So she did that, but she had been drinking, and so she got arrested for DUI as she was leaving town. And so that's the context for those statements that she makes when she talks to the investigators and the officers about, she makes some comments about why she was driving. So the evidence is going to show that just over time that the defendant became just unhinged. David was not listening to her. She couldn't control what he was doing. He wasn't doing what she wanted him to do. She didn't like what she was doing. She was reaching out to people, sending...
Anders, that is exactly who I was thinking about. I forget his name, but when I said, some people flush things down the toilet and they get away with it for a while, that's exactly who was on my mind. Because he got away with that for a while. I mean...
screenshots of Lilia, complaining about Lilia, and just obsessed with it. So you're gonna hear about that, and then you're also gonna hear and see texts from the defendant to David that will show the state of their relationship, that will show her aggressive and controlling behavior towards him, her frustration with him, and in the context of that, you'll see his calm, reserved, and reasonable reaction to her continued confrontation about that through their text messages. So as you hear the evidence, view the evidence in this case, This is going to be a case not about what or who, but why. So I want you to ask yourself 2 questions as you're hearing the evidence in the case. The first question is, were the defendant's actions reasonable? Was that reasonable? The second question is, why was David Barron, why had he retreated, and why was he hiding back there? And after we've presented all the evidence to you in the case, the evidence is going to show that the defendant was unhinged and obsessed and irrationally angry. And she lost it. She lost it. And she shot David Barron on purpose through that door and killed him. And we'll come back and ask you to find him guilty on all accounts. Thank you.
Were you working on February 1st, 2025?
I was.
And did you respond to an incident at 1015 Beachview Drive on that day?
Yes.
What kind of incident were you responding to?
It was a third-party reported possible domestic. So basically what that means is someone residing inside the condos heard a disturbance from another room, called police because they were concerned.
Okay, hang on. Let me get to the the cross. The you know, the defense cross. I mean, the defense opening statement.
Did on it, yes, for blood,
No, nope.
and then later.
Okay, but that was on the stairs?
That was before that Steve Rogers. I mean, I was fine driving. There was a man and his dog. I saw all that. I mean, I wasn't intoxicated. And
You say that there's a better substance or the best substance to test to see whether or not there's alcohol or drugs in the body?
The best specimen to test would be blood. However, blood adjacent is also an appropriate next best option to test.
Let's talk about your role in this case. How did you get involved?
Hang on.
16-5-1 subsection C, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Count.
What'd you say?
And it's true.
Thank you. Let's bring it back. All right, jurors are ready.
Okay. This is the opening statement. I gotta fix this thing. Hang on a sec. This guy mentions male genitalia a few times during his time up on this podium. I think once in his opening and one other time. And it's never good. I mean, it's obviously, but also he makes a point of when they have the medical examiners on, he keeps asking, I don't know what he's getting at yet, but I don't know if he's even gotten to the point yet. Carolina, maybe you know, but apparently Mr. I forget his last name, Barron was shaved, and this seems to be a bone of contention with him, if you will.
Welcome back. Thank you so much.
Hi, Compass. Hi, Charles. Landscaping, yeah.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We will now begin with opening statements from the defense.
Thank you.
I don't know if he's obsessed. I don't know. I don't know.
I wish that you guys were going to get the chance to meet this woman. But you won't.
I assume that this is his way of telling everyone on the jury that she's not going to be testifying, but he acts as though it's completely out of his hands, which is ridiculous. And we're going to see enough of the body cam and hear the 911 call where we're going to feel like we did meet her. Fortunately.
You won't. This is a woman from a family of 7 siblings, raised in St. Simons Island area. Put herself through medical school and dental school and ran a solo dental practice for 32 years
No, we won't.
in the St. Simons area.
Fortunately, we won't meet her. Per se.
A stranger to nobody. A real light in her eyes. I wish you were going to get a chance to meet her, but you won't. There was only one thing. After raising 3 kids,
Still better
running
than
a dental practice
Corey's
for 32
defense.
years, there was one thing she didn't have as she's nearing her
Tony.
retirement. A loving, committed relationship, somebody to spend it with. Enter James David Barron.
Okay, there are a few people have come recently, so I'm just going to catch you up. This is the case of a woman, a dentist, living in Georgia, with her boyfriend. They had recently bought a house together. They had only been seriously dating for about 7 months. She's 61 or 62. He's 68. He's a successful something or other, executive or whatever. She's a dentist. She found some things on his phone she didn't like and got angry and stayed angry and shot him dead through a locked door, claiming afterwards that it was in self-defense. I think that's a pretty good catch-up, right? I mean, you missed already some of her you missed some stuff, but this is her defense attorney.
6'3", 235 pounds.
This is the attorney.
An ex-football player from the University of Tennessee.
His stuff, his junk, the guy's junk.
And even the Cowboys.
Yes, that's the defendant with the white, with the stripes.
Played defense.
Bad choice.
He was known to hit hard.
You won't get to meet her, though, unfortunately.
She thought she had found her Prince Charming. She literally would call him her knight in shining armor.
I don't know what he's getting at with that, what his concern is.
And he would call her his Cinderella.
Thank you at the end of the day.
And yes, it went fast. It went lightning fast. From summer of 2024, when their relationship truly began in earnest, to October 2024, they own this house in Hall County, 4238 Bay Ridge Drive, at a cost of $1.59 million. And a mortgage of $1.33250. A monthly payment that was north of $9,000 a month. And this is the first time, about the time they close on this house, when it starts to shift. The shining armor, This was somebody who had opinions about what she wore, what she was to eat, what she was to do with her money from the sale of her dental practice. This was someone who put their hands on her over and over and over again. Sometimes just grab her head and smash it up against the inside of a car right against the little side window. Other time, toss her purse out on the road while they're driving down the street. Sometimes he did things to her that should not be done to any woman. And every single time it ended the same way. Apologies. I'm sorry. I'll never do this again. And when it was over,
Shit's about to get weird in a little bit now with his...
there were two rules. He's a really good man. She told everybody he's a really, really good man. And number two, you don't tell a soul what he's done to you. Nobody. And she didn't. She never told a soul. That's when the nightmare started. That's when her inability to sleep began. And yeah, it's true. It is true that on December 28th of 2024, she found out about this woman here on the right, Lilia Bokan from Moldova, and her daughter on the left, Emily Estrade. And it's true, she didn't like that one bit. True. It turned out Mr. Barron was not only getting these two women brought into the United States with a green card, but also he was paying for their apartment to the tune of $3,500 a month in the state of New Jersey. And yeah, she didn't like that one bit. It's true. And they would fight, and it was violent. Apologies again. Two rules. He's a really good man. He's a really good man. And what he did to you is not to be discussed. So she didn't tell us so. And the nightmares continued. Let's get down to what happened here, folks. On March 6th, the day before the shooting, she made the trip from St. Simon's Island. That's 6 hours in the car, in case y'all have never been there. She was driving David Barron's car, James David Barron's car, from St. Simon's to Hall County. Why did she have his car? Well, because her car had an issue. You're going to hear about what that is. It wouldn't run. Wouldn't run. She has his car. She did what she normally did on Thursdays. She went to go see her personal trainer. She worked out. And she said, I'm canceling tomorrow's appointment. I'm coming up to Hall County. And she drove up here in David Barron's car. David Barron had been trying to drive her car. He'd been trying to drive her car.
Oh, what did he say? Did
But he couldn't make it work.
Because I did.
It wouldn't run.
I missed it.
So he had to go rent a car. And when she got there on March 6th, the very next day, March 7th,
Exactly
they returned
the other
that
night.
car. Yeah, it was a pretty good day. It was a pretty good day that day. In the beginning.
Good day.
They returned that car, and there are now two vehicles at this house.
Also, she drove a Porsche, and he drove a Kia. Always a Kia.
Two. One does not work. It's hers. The other one that works is his. One set of keys. The keys to his car. March 7th. So we get to the evening. She makes them dinner. She makes him scrambled eggs just the way he likes it. Little milk, salt and pepper, some butter.
This is also weird.
Puts that in a frying pan. She gets bacon, puts it in another frying pan, waits till they're cooked on the right way, flips them over, some kielbasa, serves them dinner. And when it's done, cleans it up, cleans up their plates. He falls asleep in front of the television set. There was something on her phone. There was something on her phone that she'd forgotten to delete. When she came back into the living room, he'd seen it.
I wonder what.
He'd seen it. And he was
Malgi, his voice reminds me of Nick Knickerbocker from Diane Downs.
enraged. He'd never gotten like this before.
Text
He was
after
enraged.
this before that.
And all 6'3", 235 pounds of him came over and choked her, cutting off her air, just choking her. Then he slammed her up against a wall, grabbing her arms, throwing her up against another wall. He can toss her like a rag doll, and he did. Then he decides, you know what? Let me get my gun. Let me take your phone. Let me take the only keys to the only car in this house. At 1:06 a.m. He tells her, no one's leaving this house tonight. He comes back over, he grabs her, he drops her down to her knees, and he's got her right there in front of him, and he wants something from her. And he's going to make it happen. And she won't do it as good as he wants it done, and through the tears, yes, real tears, through the tears coming down, he takes the gun and he says, legitimately, I will shove this down your throat. Do not close your eyes tonight. Cruises on upstairs, slams the door so loud as he gets upstairs that it sounds like a shot. And with those tears mixed with the taste of his sex organ in her mouth, she's got to make a choice. The only way out of there is to get her phone. She cannot leave. This house is a 33-minute walk to the next
Hi, boss lady.
possible intersection. It is isolated. There are no lights. She has no car. Oh, sure, she could walk out the front door and go to a neighbor. He's on her in 2 seconds if she does that. She gets her gun. She goes up, and by the way, yeah, this is how she looks. She gets her gun. She goes up those stairs, and she even gives him a chance. Give me my phone. Give me my phone. I am leaving. Give me my phone. Nothing. David, I'm going to shoot the lock off this door. I'm going to shoot this lock. Give me my phone. Nothing. And with her hands shaken, every part of her body vibrating, her inability to even breathe, these deep gasps, she does fire at that lock. She does. And you've already heard, this was a strange looking shot. Through a door, through a wall, out a wall, and unfortunately, truly tragically, hits him. Now she's locked outside of a door. Still can't call 911, no phone. This 5'5", 120-pound woman then marshals up the strength to sprint down the 2 flights of stairs, grab a hammer, bash a hole in it so that she can get through and unlock the door and get in to help this man. And she does it. She does it. And as soon as she gets in there, she picks up the phone, her phone, and she calls 911 immediately. Over and over again. She dials over and over again, over and over again. She tries to call her sister. She tries to call 911 over and over and over again, and she can see that he is dead. He is dead. And this is what's going through her mind. Nobody's coming. They're not there fast enough. Yeah. She picked up his gun for sure. She shot 2 shots with that gun, that's for sure. This wasn't an attempt. This was not an attempt to set the scene. This was a suicide attempt. Twice. Police come. She can't even articulate anything. She can't even tell the 911 people anything. They can barely get the address of the house down. Remember those rules. Unfortunately, even though anybody looking at this person would know he's deceased, anybody, unfortunately, she's told by EMS that when his body left the scene, he was still alive. She's told he's still alive. She believes it because she wants to, desperately. It's not true. It's not true, but she believes it. And she almost had the courage, even still believing that he was alive, she almost had the courage to break one of the rules and tell him the truth about what he'd done. She almost had the courage, but she wanted.
Is he okay?
I will learn that here in a minute.
All the sound seems so stupid.
It's okay.
I was coming back up the stairs because he's never gotten like this, ever, ever, ever. I mean, he's pushed me a few times, and I don't know if I should tell you everything.
Well, the more you tell me, it helps me understand what happened.
God, please, I just need to know how he is.
We'll find that out in a minute. So what happened when you went up the stairs?
That was as close as they got to finding it out. A couple of things. Ms. Bagwell said the medical examiner is going to testify and say this is a homicide, but that doesn't mean anything to do with what your job is here today. Homicide just means death at the hands of another. It doesn't mean murder. Self-defense cases are called homicides by medical examiners, okay? Even reckless conduct cases where somebody did something recklessly, not trying to kill somebody, but maybe recklessly, they still call that homicide. It's not going to get you where you need to go and what your job is here today. We agree. This case isn't about what. It's about why. It's about why. She was justified in using that force. We think you're going to agree with us that she was. Wish you'd get a chance to meet her, but you won't.
State, call your first witness.
State calls Deputy Zach Martin.
Come on up. If you would raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you so much. Please have a seat, adjust the microphone, use the microphone. Thank you.
Hey, don't go in there.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
So I don't know. I thought they played the 911 call in the opening, but I guess not. Let's listen to this for a second. In the meantime, I will look for the 911 call so we can get that over with.
Please, and tell
Thank
them
you, Kevin.
where you work.
I'm Deputy Zachary H. Martin, currently employed with the Hall County Sheriff's Office. I've been employed with Hall County since June 19th of 2023.
And prior to June 19th of 2023, do you have any law enforcement experience?
Before being employed with Hall County, I worked for the Habersham County Sheriff's Office. I started
is
with
not
them
testifying,
in June of 2015.
7 months.
And prior to your law enforcement experience, do you have any military
No, you're
experience?
not.
I joined the Army National Guard in 2012, did a combat deployment in 2014, 2015.
So I want to go ahead and direct your attention to March 8th of 2025. Did you receive a call to go to 4238 Bay Ridge Drive in Hall County on that day?
I did.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out as a problem unknown.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, I would like to tender and play the 911 call as State's Exhibit 1. We had previously submitted a business record certification and notification to the defense of the 911 call.
No objection to States 1.
States 1 is admitted without objection.
We could have just one moment, Judge.
Hall County 911. What is the address of your emergency?
Brace yourselves.
I need help. What's going on? I need help. What is going on? Please help me. Please help me. Where are you at? I'm at. Where are you? I'm at 4238 Mavis Drive. Okay. What's your name? All right. Tell me exactly what's happened. What? Tell me exactly what's happened. Hello?
3 days, Deborah.
Hello?
How's the volume? And the Oscar goes to not her. Yeah, she gave the address, but that will be all the information they're going to get out of her. And as soon as they ask for specifics, she starts hyperventilating and carrying on and while wriggling around some. Good? Okay. Thank you.
Can you hear me? What's going on? Hello?
I don't remember Pam Ups.
County 911, what's the address of the emergency? What's going on?
I need help.
What is happening?
Oh my God. Oh, baby.
We've got a screamer.
Can you tell me what's going on?
What?
Can you tell me what happened?
I can't hear it. What?
Can you tell me what happened?
No, I just need some help.
Okay, what's wrong?
He's dead. No. Oh my God. Oh, it's
I get not everyone acts the same way about moments like this, but nobody really acts this way unless they're trying to hide something, unless they don't want to deal with it. There's no reason for any of this. I mean, people who actually hyperventilate, it doesn't sound like this. And something kicks in moments of, like, most people who are really trying to get help can stay calm enough to give the important information. Even Sarah Boone managed to do that.
Please, oh my
Can you tell me your address?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! 4, 2, 3, 8.
10-4.
Wait.
4238. Okay, I need to know what happened, okay?
Please, an ambulance.
You need it, okay. Can you tell me what happened?
Please, an ambulance. Hurry.
We've already got one on the way, okay? I need to know what happened. He's still alive? Okay, we've got help. Hey, I need some officers outside.
Oh my God! Oh my! Oh my God!
Okay, are you able to go to your front door?
Hi, Derek. This is the woman who shot her boyfriend through a locked door in self-defense.
Can you hear me? No.
Oh, well, just me. I have a list going, actually. I know the case, I just, it's not coming to mind. It's like,
Dispatch, how may I?
Have you had the opportunity to review the incident detail report or CAD report from EMS on this case?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what time the first call was placed?
The initial call came in at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. And what time did the caller hang up on the first call?
The initial call ended at 1:13 a.m.
Okay. And then what time was the second call placed?
The second call came in at 1:13 and it disconnected at 1:13. The span between the first call, the second call, and the second call ending was roughly 30 seconds.
Okay, and then what about the last call?
The third call came in at 1:19 a.m.
Okay. And so what time did you arrive there at 4238 Bay Bridge Drive?
It was between 1:19 a.m. and 1:22 a.m. I don't remember exactly what time I arrived there.
Okay. And was anyone waiting at the door or outside on the steps for you?
No.
What did you see when you first arrived there?
I don't know. She managed to get out of having to pretend to do CPR because of all the screaming, I guess.
So arriving on scene at the house, we could clearly see
And
that
because she didn't get specific about what was happening there.
there was a hole going through one of the windows upstairs. We could see that something had busted through one of the panels of one of the windows. All the lights inside the residence were on.
And so what did you do?
So as Deputy Thomas approached the front door of the house to go attempt to make contact with our caller, until we identify him, we refer to him as caller. I went to the side of the house to see, I heard something rustling, I didn't know if it was a person or what, so I went to the side of the house to go look and see if it was somebody. Turns out it was just an animal running through the woods. After that, I walked back up to the top of the hill, so I had a better overall view of everything that's going on. So I'm not right there at the window. So you have, if you're right at the window, your field of vision is not as great as it would be from a vantage point further back. So I was standing at the road. That's when I started calling out over the radio that I have a hole inside of one of the windows upstairs. Deputy Thomas is still down knocking and announcing sheriff's office. I kind of make my way towards the driveway and start walking down so I can kind of get a little bit better of a view of inside the residence. When we're approaching houses, we try to use different angles of approach so we can have more of a view of everything that's going on. So if you think about it like walking through a doorway, if you just walk straight through that doorway, you have just that straight view, and it kind of cants out just a little bit. Whereas if you angle yourself at the door, you'll have a little bit further view going down from whichever angle you're approaching. So as I'm approaching the house on the right-hand side where the driveway's at, I see Miss Suzanne walking across, for lack of better terms, a catwalk across the stairs with something white inside of her hands. I approach up to the window. I start shining my flashlight, yelling sheriff's office, announcing sheriff's office, shining my light through the windows. See Suzanne go, crouch down, drop the towel down, kind of does back and forth motion like scrubbing on the floor. See her get up, walk partially down the first set of stairs, turn around, walk right back up.
He wasn't her husband. He was her boyfriend of 7 months. They had known each other for a few years, but they had been dating for 7 months. They had just bought a house together. She found something on his phone that she didn't like, some woman and her daughter that he was sending money to. The daughter was in the States, but the woman was in Moldavia, I guess, or no, I can never say it right. Someplace else, elsewhere in the world. And that's why, basically.
And then go
Gainesville, Georgia.
Back to the same position, crouched over on the ground, and start scrubbing the floor again. That's when I loudly announced sheriff's office. It was actually loud enough to a point where one of the neighbors came outside. We ignored him for a little while, but...
Also, our favorite lawyer, J.D., a lawyer, explains is covering this now, I think. This or the Hawaii one or both.
It took about 30 seconds after that where she actually stops, comes down the stairs. At one point, she actually turns and looks at me and then continues to act like doing this motion right here, like she's scrubbing the floor.
Okay. And so, how did you get how did she finally come to the door?
In self-defense, ex-Derek.
I don't know if it's just a combination of me loudly announcing the sheriff's office and the flashlight, or turning and looking and finally just deciding she's going to come down the stairs. In the process of it, my supervisor had arrived on scene, so need be, we would have reached the door, but thankfully she came down the stairs and we didn't have to go that route.
Okay. And how bright is I think you testified that you shine your flashlight?
Yes. So
where did you shine your flashlight?
through the glass, the front door to begin with, through when you saw the picture of the house, the very top window there, and then as I approached the house, the bottom window shining upwards.
Okay, how bright is your flashlight?
It's a very bright flashlight. This is the flashlight that I used that night, even with the lights on. This is the brightest setting that it has. So, and if the body cam, I don't know if we played the full amount, you can actually see this portion right here that indicates me using the flashlight when it's being used and stuff. So even with this being the lights on in here and using it, me doing this right here, it's still clearly visible. Okay. If anyone in here has seizures, please let me know and I won't do that again.
And so were you wearing a body cam that night?
I was. It's not this body cam. We have upgraded our body cam since the initial incident, but my body cam was on and it was still in this position. If I completely disconnect it, you can see the outline of where my body cam is set the entire time.
Have you had the opportunity to review your body cam prior to coming to court today?
I have.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you saw that evening?
Yes.
Judge of State tenders the Deputy Martin's body cam is State's Exhibit 2.
It's the 5-lane Jennifer. Ms. Bagwell, sorry. You renamed it. Was it Bay Ridge 2-2 or is it Brenton? Bren 2? Okay. States 2? No objection to?
States 2 is admitted without objection.
The body cams are really something, as you can imagine. Thank you, Beaches. Hey, A to B. And hi, Nomi. So, just a quick overall, this is a dentist, a woman who is 61 or 62. Carolina says 62, so let's go with that because she's usually right. Years old. Her boyfriend, her late boyfriend, is David Bannon, I think is his name. He was 68. They had been seriously dating for 7 months, although they'd known each other. They'd recently bought a house together. She found something on his phone that she didn't like. I'm just leaving it at that because it doesn't really matter, really. That made her lose her damn mind. And instead of deciding she didn't trust this guy and shouldn't be with him anymore, she drove him crazy. And now she is on trial because she shot him through a locked door in their home and is claiming it was in self-defense. Brace yourselves. Crazy
the female's no longer responding.
See if we can get contact with the door.
Exactly, just me. That's exactly why I started.
No, see if you can get contact at the door. Just remember, it's a lot of glass.
At another time during this trial, I'm sure we'll probably see it, the defense attorney is saying something and he says, I'll say this again too, it's for some reason he's making a big deal about the fact that David's Johnson was shaved. They show it in the medical examiner pictures and he keeps bringing it up. And I think that's what he's talking about when he says, when he refers to his male genitalia, for lack of a better term.
I do have a glass window that has a giant hole through it.
You guys are killing me.
Where are you hearing screaming from?
It's over to the right, sounds like it's coming from upstairs. Come to the door now!
have movement.
Okay, movement.
There's a female up here in the stairwell.
Female on the stairwell.
Here she comes. Sheriff's office, come to your door. She's coming down. Cell phone. She's covered in blood. I don't have eyes on. There she is. She's coming to the door now.
Hey man, sit right here. What's going on? Sit right here.
Center radio, copy 22728.
Get her over there.
Come over here.
Go over there.
Over here. Come over here.
Attack 0, you need to go Delta 3410, ID 3410. Second one is towards attack 0, Hotel Charlie 4742.
Is there anyone else in the house?
4742.
Yes, I think he's dead.
Who's dead? What happened?
Oh, she just came to the door. Stay with her.
Hey, stay with her. We're gonna go inside, all right?
He needs an ambulance.
Okay, we're about to figure that out. Let's move directly to where the gunshots are.
She came from upstairs in this room up the stairs.
We're gonna briefly check this.
I had a basement and a garage up here. Do it.
Let's go upstairs.
She came from in here. He's on face down.
2024 camera, your eye,
Gun.
James Fair, that address.
There's a hallway with a normal like that.
Second.
Check on him.
Porsche, Macon, black.
Olive oil, Tanika's gonna cover it.
Color.
Yep.
The Judge Jackson docket.
Department Sam Henry Charlie 4742.
There, then I'll take this room.
There's a closet over here.
Okay.
Yeah, she's horrible.
It's clear. I don't have the pulse on him.
We got two guns. What are we looking at here?
There's a hammer gun there.
Let me step in. Take a look. God, that's slippery. Alright. Multiple gunshots, dude. Who did this? So you've already cleared that?
Yes, sir.
I got you. Well, there we go. So, two guns, hammer. I'll just leave him where he is right now.
You got run through here, run through here.
Anyway, you can clear the channel. Okay. I wonder if those are her footprints. She barefoot?
Who it was?
We're yelling sheriff's office where they're clear to enter. Just have them meet with 4130 out front.
We're yelling sheriff's office and she was running back in here.
Okay. So I wonder if she was trying to clean that up or if somebody else put that there. Don't touch
She
anything.
definitely put that there. I saw her put that there.
Okay. Don't touch anything. Man, I'm very confused about it.
No, she used the hammer to bust the door open so she could go in and, well, get his gun, shoot it around a couple of times, I think by accident. I'm not sure what she was trying to do, and place it next to him, and then collect all the shell casings and flush them down the toilet, as you do. Yeah, olive oil. A lot of people don't get the Lorne thing, you know, which I get.
2, 3, 4. Actually, no. It looks like 3.
4120. Yes,
2.
Alright.
This is her boyfriend, is what she said?
Boozy is probably still not.
I haven't heard her say anything other than he needs an ambulance.
Okay. You
Would this?
stay here.
We'll step out that way. Balcony.
Yeah, probably a better idea. Maybe. There we go. 2 guns.
Looks like it's a
2 guns.
possible bit of a shooting.
1, 2. Here's what I'm looking at, right? We got, well, that one I think clipped the door, and I think that's that one right there. You see that?
The wall one?
No, the one in the wall right there.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Okay, well, it's a confusing scene, but we'll figure it out. All right, I'm gonna go downstairs. There's also one here.
16, 41, 10. Do you still need additional guys at 39?
We don't need any additional units. 4110 radio, have on-call persons place me at 21.
There's also
Oh,
a base
there.
there. See it right there? Yeah, right here.
16 radio, swap back up.
That looks like it came from that
Well,
person.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, man. It's a lot. Just don't touch anything.
Oh, nope.
You guys up there?
Yep.
Hey, get a crime scene all started. And hey, all around the property.
The basement.
He is
He's,
unconscious, not breathing, no pulse.
there's one gun here, one gun on the
Careful where
floor.
you step, please.
It is very slick.
I'll get that set up. I'll get that.
You do that. I'm gonna take a look. You don't have gloves, do you?
Not on me. Not here.
Hey, just let me know that they rolled him over onto his back.
Oh,
I'm gonna start CPR until we get the pads on at least. What you think? We'll see.
I checked neck and foot and didn't feel anything. Y'all got one great.
Where's the? Did you see the exit one?
I haven't touched them.
I mean, you can hear her hooting and hollering, as Chelsea said about the Torres family. You just can hear her screaming like a banshee in the background. Ridiculous.
This one we're just probably start working it until we
4131 radio.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna start CPR right now.
If you would put a note in the log that fire EMS has started CPR and they also approve this individual over. Please watch around step.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'll just want to just at least start CPR until we get him on the pads and working with.
I can hold it. Is this one of y'all's phones? Nope, it's not. Okay.
Shonda Vander Ark is one of
Okay,
the worst people in the world.
For the record, we announced the time.
8:47, Judge.
Thank you.
Mrs. X. Derrick.
So I'd like to
She
go
doesn't
back
hyphenate?
to the beginning. And I think you had testified earlier that it took a little bit of effort to get the caller to come to the door.
Yes.
No kidding.
Can you step down and, Judge, what I'd like him to do is step down and
No, not on
pause.
a keyboard. Put
That's
it in a
fine.
bowl of
And
rice.
go through the body cam because he knows exactly what to point out to the jury, so I'd like
I'll
him to
drink.
do that.
I think it should work. Try and do it like on a piece of paper to make it.
Bear with me while I figure this out. Alright. So is it a safety house? That's the window I was telling you about. Here. Huh?
Well, Derek is also smart enough not to stick around as late as I do, but after a while, I just don't want to leave because, you know. Because. And also, I mean, I enjoy hanging out, don't get me wrong, but, you know.
The female's no longer responding.
See if we can get contact with the door. No, see if you can get contact at the door. Just remember, it's a lot of
Think you do it
glass.
at night?
4131 radio.
4131.
I do have a glass window that has a giant hole through it.
1033 Paris Drive.
Where are you hearing screaming from?
I'm Monique. Okay.
So, right here,
Okay,
you can
tell us what you're seeing right there.
you can clearly see a set of legs right here. That's the caller. You can see she's coming down the stairs. And just keep an eye on the spot. It's a little hard with body cam being on my chest, so every time I any breathing or anything like that, it's a small camera, so it fluctuates a lot. But so this is at 1:33 in the video. Now she's going back up the stairs. So she had started coming down the stairs and then gone back up the stairs. Prior to that, I saw her walk across, like I said, the catwalk that's up there. You can't see it, unfortunately, in my body camera with the glare from my flashlight and the windows on the inside.
Come to the door now!
Movement. So right here, and if you, I don't know if this zooms in or not, but you can look and you can actually see her right here. So if y'all are me, this right here. Where's my mouse? Female up here. So at one point in time during this process, she actually turns over her shoulder and looks at me. Alright. So right here is where she's starting to stand up, and rewind it just a little bit if you keep an eye on that spot.
Well, she's busy,
Right here.
Tabby. She's not just walking around, I'm sure.
There's a female up here in the stairwell. And right there, she starts standing up.
Apparently, it's like the world's brightest flashlight.
Here she comes.
Sheriff's office, come to your door!
She's sauntering down,
She's
and then
coming
she's
down.
going to start screaming.
So
at me.
the first time I announced sheriff's office is when the neighbor comes out. When I was walking, you could see the house. When I turned around, it was the house directly to the right of their residence. So if you're standing on their front porch, looking to the right, he's the neighbor that came out. Cell phone. She's covered in blood. I don't have eyes on. There she is. She's coming to the door.
That's good. All right, thank you.
I do too, Tabby. Hi, Disney Mom. Welcome back.
You had the opportunity to review some still shots that came from your body cam.
I did.
Judge, I'd like to go first. Take a look at these and see if you recognize them.
I do.
Okay, and what are they?
The first one is me checking the pulse on our victim's leg. It looks like appears to be the right leg with my left hand.
Hold on a second. Is there going to be a potential objection on this?
3, 4, 5, no objection.
3, 4, 5 are admitted without objection.
For right now, just tell us if you recognize the pictures, and then we'll go through them one by one.
Okay.
Deborah, hang on a sec.
I recognize all of them.
Okay. And are they still shots from your body cam?
They are.
Judge, the state.
Judge Jackson has not made a decision. Judge Jackson just submitted, basically, it's like clerical work. It's a spreadsheet of the child support arrears. Tanika will be reporting on it because only Tanika understands that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And she'll explain everything to us.
Tenders 3, 4, and 5, if you haven't already.
They're admitted.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
I hope. Oh, thank you, sweets. You're so sweets, honey. You guys are the best. Always making me crack up. Love you. You back at you. Thank you. My fantasy right now regarding the family court situation, is that Judge Jackson is going through a discovery of Sarah's. I mean, this is just, like I said, not even speculation, just what I hope is happening. Going through and doing a financial discovery of what's really going on with Sarah, and the differences between what she claimed in court, which was based on nothing, and what really went on as far as her donations go and all that. So, I don't know if that's true, but that is something that's done in family court. Yeah. Cleaning up blood with bath towels and flushing casings down the turlet.
All right, so looking at State's Exhibit 3, tell us what's going on in this picture and what all you observed.
So you can see up on the left leg up there. Can I stand up?
Sure,
Yes.
please.
Up here, you can clearly see where the handgun is at right here. You can vaguely make out the hammerhead here and the handle grip right here for the hammer, and then the towel that was being used to wipe up blood.
Okay. And so then what is that in the left corner of the picture that we're seeing? Is that your hand?
Yes. So this is my hand, which is very easily identifiable by the bracelet that I wear.
And what is that item that's near your hand on the victim's leg?
The blood, the shadow for me, the blood right here, and then you've got his pant leg and the sock. I'm attempting to check pulse on the bottom of the leg.
Okay, and what is that item that's kind of on his pants?
Which letters? Oh, the letter she
What?
sent to Konig?
This
Can't tell if that's a towel. That looks like a towel.
Okay. Did you, or was it that way when you walked in the room?
Sorry, bear with me. That was since 4 o'clock. It's right. You got a towel here with the tag that's sticking on the towel going down across them.
All right. And then now moving to State's Exhibit 4. Is that it? Oh. All right, and a similar picture, and are you able to see the gun a little bit better in that picture?
Yeah. So here you can actually clearly make out the handgun. You can see the pistol grip for the handgun here and the barrel facing up towards our victim's body.
Okay.
You can also make out a little bit better here the handle grip
Yeah,
for
that
the
sounds about right, but
hammer and the hammerhead here, as well as the white towel.
maybe a little more,
And then State's Exhibit 5.
maybe a little less.
The clear view of the pistol in question, as well as the hammer that is partially covered up by a towel. You can see a little bit clearer now. You've got that hammer handle starts here at the head of the hammer here, just partially covered up by a towel. You can also notice in the picture,
Oh,
blood
bye,
has kind of been
Carrefour. Thanks for
pushed
hanging out.
towards the victim's body.
Okay. And did anyone touch or move that gun while you were there?
No.
And did you see the crime scene investigator actually remove the gun from the scene?
Yes, before I left this.
Sorry to interrupt again and talk about Sarah Boone, but Adeby says A to B says, I wish Judge Jackson would review all those messages she sent to Brian and her son. And of course, don't we all? But the good thing about Sarah is that everything she does is horrible. And don't forget, the entire trial is part of the discovery for the family court situation. So, I mean, literally, and her behavior at the family court hearing was also just horrible. So, I mean, let's not forget Judge Jackson, who was calm as a cucumber throughout, was still kind of screaming at Sarah at the end, you know.
Scene, the handgun was removed by crime scene.
And what was underneath the gun?
There was blood underneath the gun.
I'm gonna fast forward this a little bit.
And what was your role at this crime scene?
Don't know what happened to it. I know there's a kitchen right there with a countertop there. And so in the video, you can actually see the little landing that's right there as you come downstairs and then turn left, come back down. It's shining on the little landing down there.
Thank you.
Hang on.
I have movement.
Yeah, movement. Where do you see it?
I think this is the body cam. If it isn't, I'll fast forward until we get to that.
Well, up here.
And again, be ready because volume may need to be adjusted.
Who's on the stairwell?
Here she comes.
Sheriff's office, come to your door.
She's coming down.
You got anything?
Cell phone. She's covered in blood. There she is. She's coming to the door.
Jean is in, I think, Australia.
Hey, ma'am, step out here. What's going on? Step out here.
17 radio, copy 62728.
Yeah, right there.
Come over here.
Over there.
Over here. Come over here.
Tag Sierra, Sierra Delta 34.
Come over here with me.
3410. Second launch towards Tag Sierra, Hotel Charlie 4742.
Hey, ma'am, tell me what's going on. Is anyone else in the house?
Yes, I think he's dead.
Who's dead? What happened?
She just came to the door.
My boyfriend.
Ma'am, hey, stay with her. Yep. We're gonna go inside, all right?
He needs an ambulance.
Okay, we're about to figure it out.
Oh my God.
Hey, ma'am, can you tell me what happened? Do you know if there's anybody else in the house? Anything that we should know about? Just stay here with me for right now, okay? We're trying to figure out what's going on.
Help me. I think he's dead. Oh my God.
What's that? First tags, 2024 Kia Telluride, James Perrin, that address.
Can you tell me anything about what's happened tonight?
Seconds,
Who's dead? What happened?
Porsche, bacon, black in color. Department Sam Henry Charlie, 4742.
I think he's dead. Oh my God. God help me. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's dead. Help me, I feel appalled.
Yeah, she's laying on the grass.
We got new shoes. Fine. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think he's dead. I think he died. I think he...
Yeah, well, you shot him.
Oh my God.
Can you tell me anything about what happened? Do you know what happened? Do you know if anyone else is in the house?
Oh no, can I get some water?
Just stay here with me for right now, okay? They're clearing the house.
Talk. He's dead.
I can't even talk.
Blood everywhere. He had a gun. He took
4110 ready, you can clear the channel.
it out.
Someone said they're going to shoot you?
4130 out front.
Okay.
I can't talk.
Okay, we have paramedics coming. They're going to be able to help you out a little bit, okay? Are you hurt at all?
I didn't get hit. It went past me.
Are you 4120?
Oh my God, he's dead. There's blood. Oh my God, he's dead. I know he is. I could, no.
Hey, you can't go back inside right now, okay?
You better hope he is.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
4140 radio, you show me tonight.
Oh, wait.
So she's really manic. She's not even really, she's not able to answer my questions. She's kind of freaking out a little bit. I guess.
4216, 4110. Do you still need additional connect?
Yes, me too.
I guess there's someone in the house like
Don't need any additional units. 4110 radio, I have on call first, place me at 21.
Yes, you could, like, the inside is clear to enter. They're inside.
Is he still alive?
Is he upstairs?
Yes, I don't think he...
And then as far as she, I don't know if you guys can do anything for her or not. She's.
And monitor, and the monitor.
Hey, are you injured at all, ma'am? Did you get hurt? Did you get shot? Did you?
This guy and some of them maybe start out concerned about her, which I guess is, you know, the safest way to start.
I got blood on me, but I think...
Start another menu.
Okay. Thank you.
I gotta have some water.
Hey, do you guys have any water?
I have some in my refrigerator.
She was not drunk.
I understand, but I can't let you go inside right now, okay?
Oh my God. I'm in shock. Can I call some?
She was not drunk. To my knowledge, I'm pretty sure they went through it and she was not.
You just need to sit here with your.
Water.
I gotta stay here with you, okay?
I don't think it. Oh my God. I don't think it.
She's an alcoholic and she got a DUI a few weeks before this, yes. But Carolina, was she drunk at this time?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I wish. No, I won't. What is happening?
Fire EMS is serving CPR now, so
You got
to go over.
huge fight. Oh my, I'm in shock. Oh my God.
Cornelia Highway, Little Road, Georgia 40 Control.
Hey, ma'am, I need you to stay over here, okay? Ma'am, I need you to stay over here, okay? I can't let you go back inside the house. They're working on him right now. But I can't let you go back inside.
Billie Jean said she sounds like Nathan Lane in Birdcage, and I had the same exact thought. I also thought of him being like, how do you think I feel? Betrayed, bewildered.
Go ahead, Sarge.
and Brady says, did she really think this was going to help her at trial? I don't think she was thinking about trial. I think she was thinking about the here and the now. You know, she was like, let me just buy some time and act like let me just not to say anything if possible.
Yeah, 22 on trip.
Hey ma'am, can you step back over here with me? I need you to step back over here. Can you tell me anything that happened?
Nope.
He had a gun? Did he? What did he do with it? Did he shoot himself? Hey, ma'am. Ma'am. Hey.
Joette, so we're going over 2 cases today. The first, we haven't gotten to the second one yet. The first one is, what do they, yeah, I know what they say about the craziest women around Irish. First one is this dentist in Georgia who shot her boyfriend through a locked door and she claims self-defense. And that trial has, I think, had 3 days already. 3 days of trial. So we went over the opening statements and some of her text messages. I started with her text messages to her boyfriend because they tell you everything we need to know. Now we're going through her body cam, which is just as ridiculous as everything else she does and says. Good to see you.
Yeah,
fainted
Can you send
twice.
EMS down here for me? I think she's having some kind of panic attack. She's laying on the floor.
We're on 31, you clear on that traffic.
Hey, ma'am. Ma'am.
4131 radio, flash traffic. Signals on the ground having possible panic attack. Request fire side, check ground.
Look at this.
323, I'll say more.
When I first saw this, I thought she was on a bed, and I kept looking back for the part where she's rolling around on the bed, and then I realized, no. She's rolling around outside.
I can't talk.
They just bought this house. Their neighbors must be like, oh, really? This is who moves? What? There goes the neighborhood.
Okay, we have paramedics that are going to come and check you out, okay? Did he say he was going to hurt? Did he say he was going to shoot you? Is that what happened with the gun? Did he point it at you?
Don't do that. That's stupid. Don't give ideas.
So he said he was going to shoot you with a gun. So you... What happened after that? Just take the...
Can't go in there right now.
You can go back inside.
Just have a seat. They're gonna come check you, okay? We can't allow anyone inside right now, right?
I can't even talk. Oh my God! No,
Hey, ma'am, if you'll do me a favor and just breathe. They're getting ready to transport him up to the hospital.
Yeah, right, Nomi? I mean, they
Ma'am.
should have planned that.
Ma'am, take a breath. Breathe for a second. They're getting, breathe. They're getting ready
They
to
usually wait
transport
until
him to the
they've got a
hospital.
confession.
Okay.
And it's a death.
Is he alive? Please tell me.
Like he said, they're getting ready to transport him to the hospital, okay?
No, she ran to him, then shot him. Through the door. Oh yeah, no, most people do start building that level of 911 call. But this cop shouldn't have been giving her suggestions.
Evan, kill me.
He said he was going to kill you?
Got plenty of dudes in
The stairs.
Ma'am, you have your ID with you? You don't have your ID with you? Are you able to sit up?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to lean against the wall, that'd probably help out. Leaning against the wall will probably help you calm down a little bit. Okay, so they're about to get him up to the hospital. What is your name, ma'am? Ma'am, what's your name?
This guy's not buying it.
My mouth is so dry.
Thanks,
It's okay, just take a second.
This guy's not buying it, this cop. Thank you for letting me know, Margarita.
Say what?
Choking me. Oh my God, how did this happen? How did this happen? Oh my God.
What's your name, ma'am? You mind getting her information? Is there water in the fridge that I might be able to give you?
Yeah, there's 911 calls where they're like, I just walked in. I was at my son's flute rehearsal, and I walked in, and we had gone to Dairy Queen, and my wife is on the floor, and she, you know, it's like there's a little too much information there.
There's water there.
Is it bottled water? I'll bring you bottled water, okay?
Oh my God. Please tell me if you're alive.
Like they said, they're getting ready to transport him to the hospital, okay?
Oh my God, I know he's not.
Can you tell me?
Yeah. She's in a league of her own, Sarah.
Is he alive? Just tell me if he's alive.
I'll go out for you, man. You do what you gotta do. On what?
Down really high, I might not be able to go all the way back there.
Do what you can.
Let you know, you'll see back there.
Okay.
Can you tell me your name?
Oh God, please, dear God, let him be alive. He shot at me.
He shot at you? He shot at you? Can you tell me your name?
What's our address here? 4238 4238 Bay Ridge Drive.
Hey, ma'am, if you sit up, it might help a little bit, okay?
Okay, 4120. Surprised I had no lens are turning off.
Hey, ma'am, can you sit up for me? sit up? It might help you feel a little bit better and help you to calm down, okay?
I can't.
You can't sit up?
I can't.
If we're not your boss, see Charles Malcolm. I'm able to get your number, sir. Okay.
Can you sit up?
You made me go the stairs.
4101, you can go ahead for 4110. I told him to check the area of Whitmire Circle is on 30. All I heard was something like yelling and screaming outside. 1060.
Shut. Oh my God.
Hey, ma'am.
Let me see him.
You gotta stay here, okay? I can't.
This is Forever Wander. Sorry to interrupt us, but brings up something that I meant to mention and I forgot, which is that the Corey Richards trial also had a juror number 3, and I was so excited, of course, to see her. I mean, I was excited to see a long, like Nate Eaton did an interview with her, and it's very good, very interesting.
Can't let you go over there, okay? You gotta stay right here, okay?
Tell me if the sheet's over his head.
You gotta
Tell
stay
me
right
if he's
here, okay?
Tell me if he's alive.
They said that he was transported to the hospital.
Is he
okay?
alive?
I haven't looked at it.
This is where shit starts to get even crazier.
For me.
You gotta
Tell me if the
stay
sheet's
right
over
here,
his head.
okay?
I'm afraid. Is the sheet over his head?
Hey, ma'am. How you feeling right now? As far as your physical health goes. Can you breathe?
Is he?
They're taking him over to the
Is
hospital.
he alive? Tell me. Is he alive?
I
Is he
didn't go.
dead?
Okay.
Just tell me.
I didn't see him. I can't.
Go ask him. Oh my God. Oh my God.
A little bit crazier, yeah.
He's dead, isn't he? That's why they're putting this crime paper. Tell me if he's dead.
We're doing an investigation right now, okay? I don't know if he's
there.
dead or not.
Tell me if he's alive or if he's dead.
Hey, just stay
No,
right here.
I'm gonna go over there. Tell me.
Go over there. Okay? You gotta stay here.
Auntie Trishy, my email is summa cum loudmouth, spelled loud, like the word loud, at Gmail. Should you? That's what I think just now. She wants to know exactly what she can say without being arrested.
He's dead, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yes. He's dead, or you wouldn't be putting all this up.
Well, they're taking him to the hospital right now, okay? That's all that I know.
Oh my God! Oh my God! How did that happen?
I mean, she's completely uncooperative.
I will, later tonight, I'll post, I was going to anyway, but I didn't. I will post the link, you know, the Nate Eaton interview with juror number 3 from the Corey Richards case.
You close?
We can have a self-unit go up to the hospital and stand by with our person who's been shot.
No, he's not alive. You killed him. What are you doing, lady?
There's a fence over there.
Your name didn't work on that? Yeah,
She's not telling me.
what?
I said she's not telling me.
Well, we've got 2 cars. I'm gonna start bringing the cars. So one was gonna come back. What's your name?
Suzanne?
What's your name?
Suzanne?
Suzanne?
Say. Spell that for me.
Suzanne?
Yes. There's like, my name is Zach. There's like 6 different ways I know to spell Zach. So I just want to make sure I got your name spelled correctly. Okay, I need you to take some slow deep breaths.
Yes, she's playing the old Georgia Baker speech. Told you it's Derek.
Miss Suzanne.
And then he
Miss Suzanne, can you take some deep breaths for me?
slammed the door. And he got his gun out and he tried me, and then I got ran up his stairs.
I told you she's not drunk.
I got my gun. Why I get my gun? Oh my God, what has happened?
Miss Suzanne, hey.
I shot my gun to he locked the door. It must
Okay, these paramedics, they're gonna look at you, okay? They're gonna make sure that you're okay.
Quite a while.
tell me if he's alive.
Edge of 15.
Is he alive?
Thanks, Carolina.
Ma'am, I have no
He must be dead because y'all are taking him to the hospital.
We're here for you, ma'am. We're not even sure.
I'm fine.
We're not even sure what happened. I have no idea.
Is he not alive?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
He's not dead. He must be dead because y'all are taking him to the hospital.
What
Oh my God.
I'm not even sure what's going on.
Oh my God.
Just DOA or? Okay. What's your name, ma'am?
All we've gotten out of her is Suzanne.
Yeah.
Suzanne?
She said that she got choked.
She got choked.
Yeah, that's what she told me. And she's fainted twice.
Fainted twice. Suzanne, my name's Tyler, and I just need you. I'm so sorry about what's happened today. I don't really know what's going on. You don't have to disclose anything to me either. We're here for you, okay? Something bad's happened tonight. We need to get you checked out. Suzanne?
I have 3 children.
I understand. My mom's got 3 children, too.
Oh my God, he's dead, isn't he? Y'all are taking him in
Suzanne,
there.
I have no idea what's
They're
going on.
transporting him to the hospital
I
right
have
now.
no idea what's going on.
Hey, maybe
No,
Suzanne, I have no idea what's going on, man.
Miss Suzanne, look at me. Look at me. Listen to me. They can't.
I got put in jail.
Look, they can't leave.
He was having
Miss Suzanne, I need you to listen to me.
I just need you to talk to me.
They can't
Suzanne.
transport him until they put an IV in and they do other stuff. That's what they're working on. They're going to the hospital right now.
Well, I don't have an ID because
It's not, okay.
a couple weeks ago.
Okay. What's your last name, Miss Suzanne?
We got to another.
What's
frustrating, basically.
That's fine.
What's your last name?
Oh my God! I need my sister.
Miss Suzanne, what is your last name?
42 steps by somebody. Domestic in progress. Northeast Drive, 20.
Suzanne, your first name. What's your last name?
To leave. Remotely.
Tell me what is he doing?
I don't know.
No, she didn't think twice. They want.
We don't know.
I tried to shoot the doorknob off and I must have hit him.
Miss Suzanne, is one of these people?
No, I killed him.
Oh, we know.
I tried to shoot the doorknob.
Miss Suzanne, is one of these cars out here yours?
4263, I'm telling your channel.
This one?
One of these cars out here yours?
Yeah.
Which one?
The black one.
I'm trying to get your information, your name, first name, last name, date of birth.
Okay.
If you're not going to tell me that, I'm going to have to run your car and get it that way.
4260 radio online.
What's your last name?
My name is Susanna. My last name is Mericle.
Mericle? Mericle.
Got here.
Now let's just take your bottles.
The first one, he playwright, returned to James Barrett.
Mericle.
Second one, it returned to
What's your date of birth?
Macon. Suzanne Merciel of St. Simon's.
That's me.
Okay, what's your date of birth?
May 15th, 1963.
Okay.
I'm 61.
Okay.
Do you mind if I take your vitals while I'm here and check you out? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to shoot he shot me, shot at me. I tried to shoot the doorknob off.
I understand.
No, you don't. I got like, I had a lot of surgeries last year.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna be putting some stuff on you. I'm listening, okay?
And we got in a fight a couple weeks ago, and I decided to drive back home because I leave like 3 or 4 in the morning anyway.
Said
And
I
I
killed
wasn't
him.
drunk.
Still quiet?
I've had like I had a concussion in October. And I was driving the wrong way. The police pulled me over. I got put in jail at 61. And they put me on this, I had to sleep on cement all night. So I didn't lose my license. All because of this affair that he.
We'll put a few stickers on you, okay?
Is he alive?
You're taking him to the hospital right now, okay?
What is that? He's dead, isn't he?
They don't transport if they don't have anything, so when he left, he was alive.
He was?
Yes.
Oh my God!
Still out.
Oh, baby!
Listen, you need to breathe, okay? You keep focusing on
No, I
you. Keep
can't.
focusing on you.
I was trying to, I want to work this out, and he doesn't love me, I know, but I don't know.
Right now, let's focus on you, okay?
I don't know he's alright. Oh my God! I love him. You don't understand. I love him. We bought this house together.
I'm gonna put this back on you, okay? Alright, can you sit still as possible for me so I can get accurate readings on you, okay? We gotta make sure you're okay, alright? That's my job, right? Make sure you're okay.
He's fine.
He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs.
The little one, I could be worse than I'm not 100% sure.
Just checking out your hands.
There's blood everywhere on him.
She said more.
I just
hopes he's dead.
Okay. Are you hurting anywhere?
This is Harwood, man.
Okay, I understand.
Somebody slapped me.
Getting that
Mericle, 515, 62 or 63? 61?
Sorry.
Said Mericle for her last name. She didn't give us
Mericle? How do you spell your first name, Suzanne? Eddie. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm spelling it right. Date of birth is 5/15.
63. I'm 60. I'm 61. I don't know.
That's fine.
I'm a good person. I don't know. He's so big. Everything was good. I don't know.
What happened?
We had dinner.
Okay, keep going.
And then he started just talking. We got to arguing.
4116 to 4120.
He got his gun.
Do you live here?
We just bought this place.
Okay, gotcha. This is your husband you're talking about?
No, it's my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend, okay. Okay.
We bought this. We met each other
Exactly,
like,
Billie
a long
Jean
time ago.
said.
Okay.
Like, got to meet her plenty.
And then we got back together this year.
Okay. So having dinner, everything was going well, then you got into an argument, he grabbed his gun. What happened
And he
after?
got us. So I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth. And he came in there. And then he got his gun. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Either you sleep upstairs or I sleep upstairs."
Okay.
And then he got his gun. I said, "What are you doing with your gun?" He said, "I may have to."
You instruct them to drive 29 digits to prove.
I don't know what he said. He said, "What are you doing with your gun?" And then
That's what radio.
we went back in here. And then we talked. And he had his briefcase on his shoulder. And he took the cover off his gun.
Same for engine 5.
And then, then the argument got more.
4322 on Whitmire.
To go on that he'd been drinking too much. He grabbed me by the throat. He said he would ruin my children.
Make her unrecognizable.
Talking about. I said, I wish I'd never met you. You should have told me you were involved with another woman. And he said, you told my son. And then he said he was going to tell my children. And I said, tell them I don't care. I've done nothing wrong. Me and him by the throat and tried to pull me upstairs. And he said he would shove that gun
There's an echo.
He said I will.
4120, Baltimore.
He said he would kill me. And I went, I said, I'm gonna get my gun.
So he assaulted you,
There's the sound.
choked you. Did he punch you or anything like
I
that?
got rid of it, but now it might be back. Let me know.
He just slapped me in the face.
Okay.
And he pushed me. And then I think, I don't remember, I can't remember. He shot outside, he shot the gun. I was walking up the stairs, he said, stay away, and he shot it. And I went up, he locked the door, and I was like,
Well, you got a very, I think you have a very refined palates in your home, Disney mom. Echo is back.
I'm sorry to ask you to tell me all that. Miss Suzanne, I think you need to get checked out. Absolutely. Look. Miss Suzanne,
You got to buy a couple weeks ago at this place. I don't even live, I live on St. Simon's, and I just come.
you're just visiting.
Well, this is my house, but he lives here full time.
Okay, I understand that. So look, there's some pretty intense stuff that happened tonight. Whether you come with me or not, you're gonna be going to the hospital no matter what. Okay?
Why?
You have to be evaluated.
I don't want to go. You don't understand. A couple of weeks ago, we had another fight about this woman. And I tried to give him grace, and he made me leave.
Yeah, I know.
And then I got told over, and they.
Miss Suzanne, I'm just gonna get some basic information from you. Okay? I don't want to upset you any further.
Spend the night on a piece of slab.
I know. I understand.
No, you don't. There's a day.
I'm sorry. I can't understand.
What I've been saying is I'm going to try to fix it a little bit. So I don't know why it would be. I'm unmuted now. try one. Just gonna adjust it a little bit back to the way it was. See how it goes.
Is he alive? Oh my God! There was blood everywhere. Oh my God!
Miss Suzanne.
I have a normal life. I'm a normal person. I'm a dental practice.
I gotcha. Miss Suzanne, I don't want to upset you any further.
He dragged me up the stairs.
Miss Suzanne, I need you to calm down for just 1 second, okay? I understand you got a lot going on. But look, if you don't want me here, I'm going to be leaving here in a second, okay? So, you don't want to go to the hospital, right?
There's a problem with me.
Suzanne, we're just here for you, okay? Making sure you're okay.
You need to be for him.
He's taken care of. There's already somebody on that.
Is he alive?
They're doing all that
No,
they can.
look at me. Look at me. Is he alive?
They're doing the most they
No, he's not alive, is he?
I don't know.
Is he alive?
No.
Why can't y'all tell me?
We don't know. I just showed up here, Miss Suzanne. I've been trying to talk to you, but you're not talking to me.
I am talking.
No, you keep getting hysterical, and I'm trying to talk to you. You don't want to go to the hospital with us, do you?
No.
Okay, I need you to sign right here, okay? These officers are going to do what they need to do and investigate further, okay? All right, so sign right here.
Radio 4216, Baltimore. Temperature 1595.
I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. What medications are you taking?
I take progesterone.
Progesterone, okay, it's a hormone. Yep,
I take Lexapro
okay. For what, anxiety, depression?
for anxiety.
Anxiety, okay.
And then in the morning,
Do you have a history of high blood pressure?
no,
Okay, all right.
I've never had.
That's fine. You might just, you're just stressed out right now. Your pressure is elevated.
I take thyroid medicine in the morning.
Synthroid?
No, some
Levothyroxine?
some others.
Okay, no worries.
It's like mixed up.
Okay, gotcha.
And
Are you allergic to anything?
penicillin and clindamycin.
Okay.
I'm a normal person.
I'm not questioning whether you're normal or not. These are just things, Miss Suzanne, these are just
Is
things.
he alive?
I have no idea. I wish I could.
I'm better than blood.
Like he said, they're doing the best they can. Miss Suzanne, you shot him. So I'm really, it sounds like that's what happened. You shot through the door and it may have hit him. I have no idea what's going on. That's what you told me. So,
Oh my God.
Miss Suzanne, do you know what year it is?
huh?
We watched a movie.
Which person? Yeah.
Don't need us for anything else.
So, I know you guys are taking, essentially, rights from her, or like, you're taking over. She does probably need to go.
Judge, I'm pausing it briefly at 44:55, and I'm going to fast forward a little bit. It's a long body cam, so I'm just going to fast forward, and I'll notify the court when I hit play again. I'm doing 30 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and hit play at 47:35. Oh my God.
Radio 4215.
This is just horrible.
Hold it in 25.
jail. And I was arrested here a couple of weeks ago. They said I was a thief, but I wasn't. I wasn't. I have a concussion. Oh my God! It's like a nightmare. God, please be alive. Please take care of me. Oh my God! This is happening. I know he's not. I just feel for home.
0230404, opening 0230404.
Oh my God. Why did I go get my gun? You can't tell me who's getting. No, don't go to sleep. I should have just left. I told him I was gonna leave, but I was scared because the last time I left, we got in a fight, I got pulled over, and they were not. I have a hearing problem.
What else do you do? You're standing right there with us on.
Maybe in the garage?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Area copy 3. 415.
Oh, baby.
Bravo, you know 7. D1D 7.
Oh, God. I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me.
Uh, 2022 Honda Civic.
Judge, I'm pausing at 52:50 and I'm going to fast forward just a bit. I'm going to start again at 55:50.
He got mad. I told him that I didn't want this house anymore. That he told me he didn't want the house. He said, "Do you want it?" I said, "Let's just sell it." And I told him, because he's been paying that woman in Rome.
Okay. I just looked up Pam Hupp, and she's who I thought she was, but the case has, so I always remember the part about the guy's wife who she killed for the life insurance and how he was incarcerated for it, like convicted. I never remember the other thing. There's someone else too. I don't know. It's complicated. But I do remember that when I heard the 911 call of the husband, he called and he thought that she killed herself, right? Because she was not well. And you can hear him find that there was a knife, right? Like you can hear his shock. And I remember thinking, this guy didn't do this. Derek is here to rage bait us.
Mania money, and I just said you can pay their rent for the next 6 months, and let's just not see each other, talk to each other, and let's just. He said, if I made John, he would kill me. And he told me to shove that gun down my throat. I mean, I'm just happy. We're both good people. We're both good people.
Pam gave an Alford plea, which is not pleading guilty, but it's admitting that you will be found guilty, but you're not pleading guilty. There's enough evidence against you, but you're still not saying you're guilty. A genuine request for help and totally ill hyperventilating. Well, or you see things that not everyone sees.
Sometimes things just don't work out. Oh, Jason. Oh my God, he's such a good guy. He really is. I know that woman. I know. He's a good. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. What just happened? Oh, I've got so many things. I told him, let me sleep up there, you sleep here, because this door doesn't lock, and that door does. He told me not to close my eyes. I should have just got in my car and left, but I got that stupid device thing on it. Oh, God, how's my world turning upside down?
Have a seat.
Lord, oh, God, I don't want this to happen to him. We're putting stuff together for our house.
Ready, 4216, you sit for.
I told him, I said, why did you? And I'm not mad at him, I'm just hurt. And I told him that. I mean, I wasn't mad, I wasn't, but he kept yelling at me.
Radio. It's 91 with 1, beginning when you're ready.
He's got 2 boys and grandchildren. God, please let him be all right.
217346.
God, please let him be all right. He is a good person.
173.6.
That was a long time ago. You know, we got back together. God, please, God, take care of him. Oh my God.
How's the sound?
I started it at 1:14:19.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Hello, my name's Matt. Give me just a little bit more call.
Investigation.
No, not on something like this. We would always call.
Okay. Judge, I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit more. Right now it's at 1:14:39. I'm gonna start it again at 1:21:09.
How do I know if he's okay?
Well, like I said, he's at the hospital right now.
No, but how am I gonna know if he's okay?
We'll worry about that in a little while, okay?
God, please let him be okay. I told him. Yeah. He told me that he ended it with her. He did, and I told him, I said, if you want it, just take it. I don't care. I mean, I'm too old for that, but he's not so bad either. God, how did this happen? Oh my God.
4120 radio, 1038. Sorry. Off the highway.
and got at him and beat the door and put my hand in there to open the door, and he was right at the door. I can't even push it open. He must have been standing right there. And I was screaming over the door.
Sheesh. Well, I mean, now we know why we're not getting to meet her. Right?
Judge, I paused it at 1:24:14. I'm gonna fast forward some.
Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Come back at, we'll call it even 2:30. 2:30.
Not a lot. Right, like it wasn't her choice or his. I mean, the way he put it was so strange. Like, everyone knows that you have you're in control of that, you know? See what's next here. I'm trying to think what else. Well, one of his sons or two of his sons testify. Kind of interesting. I mean, they read some text messages between them. Derek, I think you missed the text messages in the beginning, which were amazing. I also am starting to think that, like, dentist is to profession what Florida is to location. There are a lot of dentists doing some crazy shit out there. I don't know if she's trying to vomit or pretending she's vomiting or what she's doing. Yeah, she's not stroking out from any performance. Sweets. Okay, an Alfred plea is plea where the defendant maintains innocence but admits the prosecution has enough evidence to convict, said. While in no contest plea accepts conviction without admitting guilt. I mean, do we really need both of those? Both result in the same criminal penalties, but no contest offers better protection against future civil liability. Okay. There you go. Yeah, Adelson was a dentist. And that guy who just poisoned his wife with a protein shake was a dentist. And there's another dentist who killed his wife. And she had like a Valentine's card from him, remember? It happened. Oh, maybe he was a doctor. Maybe he was something about it. Dentists be doing things. They be doing things. That guy on Forensic Files, the dentist who was raping all those women, and then one of them finally, she was in Regina. Canadian case. So I think we've seen the most important parts of this one. We can switch to the Hawaii case, where the guy took his wife on a hike for her birthday and tried to throw her over a cliff for an added surprise. I don't think Regina is here. Regina is here. Boom Shicky, what's up? Let me find that. So I figured we would do the opening statements of the Gerhardt Konig case, guy in Hawaii. Okay, that sounds like it's going to be loud, so brace yourselves. Act accordingly. So this case, just for anyone who's doesn't, oh shit. Is a guy in Hawaii. He lives in Maui with his wife, who is an anesthesiologist. No, he's an anesthesiologist. She is a nuclear engineer. So these people are, serious folk. Young couple. I think she's about 10 years. Not sure. They live in Maui. He thinks he saw. He found things on her phone that he thought was her cheating. Now we haven't gotten into there's only been like 2 days of trial so far. They've been relatively short days. Either way, obviously, it's not no There's not a reason to attempt to throw someone off a cliff, but we're going to listen to the opening statements because they're interesting and they set it all up for us. I'll say this, the state attorney is 12 years old, so be warned about that. And the defense attorney, I mean, there's some humorous, there are some not ha-ha funny really, but see what I mean by his arguments. Basically, he comes in, like people saw this. She was rescued by two hikers who showed up. But the defense attorney will tell us that there are two sides to every story. Be ready in case we have to adjust the sound.
For a few minutes, take
notes. This is a long trial. Each of you get to the opening statements of the attorneys, the purpose.
the man holding the rock.
And my last instruction is make sure you keep all your electronic devices on silent mode while we're here in the courtroom. We will give you, if you don't already have it, if anybody needs to get a hold of you, they can call the number. We'll get the message to you as soon as possible. Before we get to the opening statements, Ms. Tony Fisher is now the clerk taking care of the administrative duties today. As I indicated, she and Ms. Long will be taking turns here in the courtroom. New court reporter today, this is Ms. Nikki Chang. She's taking Ms. Mia Santos' place. The court reporters will also rotate during this trial. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll now get to the opening statements of the attorneys. The purpose of an opening statement is to give you an outline of the evidence that each party expects to be presented in this case. Essentially, it's a preview of the trial as seen by that party. It is not evidence, but merely intended to help you in considering the evidence. Prosecution will go first, followed by the defense. Mr. Garner, are you ready to present the state's opening statement?
Better?
Yes, sir. Please.
Help! 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 Those are the words that Amanda Morris and Sarah Bucksbaum heard as they were walking up the Palipuka Trail on March 24th, 2025. Amanda and Sarah heard those words, help, 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 and they rushed up the trail thinking that somebody had fallen off of the cliff on top. They get to the section with the cliff and they see, and Amanda sees, a man on top of a woman. A man holding a rock. The man swings the rock, hits the woman in the head. Sarah sees that same man standing over that same woman, holding that same rock. Both of them see the woman, Ariel Konig, with a face covered in blood. In this trial, you will learn about Ariel Konig, who she is, what happened that day. But you'll also learn about the man holding the rock, the man who hit her with that rock, Dr. Gerhard Konig, anesthesiologist, Ariel's husband, and the defendant in this case. Now, Ariel and Dr. Konig, the defendant, normally don't live on Oahu. They're from Maui, where Ariel works remotely and Dr. Konig practices anesthesia. But that weekend, March 24th, 2025, just under a year ago, they came to Oahu for Ariel's birthday.
Ariel's birthday, March 24th, the day this happened. It was actually Ariel's very first trip to Oahu. Her first time coming to this island. The defendant planned the trip. The defendant booked the tickets. The defendant booked the hotel room. The defendant planned the couple's activities. The defendant researched and planned the hike that he took Ariel on that morning. That morning, March 24th, 2025, around 10 o'clock in the morning, the defendant drives Ariel up to the Poly Lookout. They get to the Poly Lookout, the big tourist area overlooking the whole bunch of the windward side, and they get ready to go on the hike. The trailhead for the Polypuka Trail is in the bus parking lot of the Poly Lookout, so not where rental cars or other people park. It's on the other side, next to a set of bathrooms over a wall. So the defendant takes Ariel there, but when they get to the trailhead, they see other potential hikers. They see other people looking for how to start the trail. And Ariel wants to help them. She wants to help them find where the trail starts so that those people can hike up the trail. And she suggests that to the defendant. She says, why don't we show them where the trail is? And he tells her, no. He wants to hike with her alone. He doesn't want to help those people. He wants to hike with her alone. So, they don't go up the trail at that point. They go to the Poly Lookout. They go to the tourist area with the plaques. They go to the lookout, looking all over the windward side, and stay there for a few minutes, take photos, then go back to the trail. Now when they go back, there's nobody else. They're alone, and they start the hike together. They start the hike. It starts in a heavily forested area. You climb over a wall, you go past a sign, you start going up a hill. It's a steep hill, a lot of tree roots, but not a lot of brush cover on the very start. So they go up this hill, and they get to the top of the ridge. Once they get to the top of the ridge, the trail goes left. The trail follows the top of the ridge. On one side, the town side, there's a steep hill covered in forest, heavy brush on the ground. But on the other side, the windward side of the trail, sheer cliff, a several 100-foot drop all the way to the bottom of the Poly. They start to hike up the trail. They start to hike up the ridge. And they go for a few minutes. Everything's normal. But they get to a point where you need to climb with your hands and your feet, a scramble area. Once they get to that point, Ariel gets freaked out by the exposure. She doesn't like that there's a big cliff to the right. She doesn't like there's a steep hill down the left. Doesn't like that she has to climb on her hands and feet. So she wants to turn around. And the whole reason of going to the Polypuka hike is because there's a puka. Up the trail, there is a puka, a hole in the side of the mountain where you can look through the hole, take photos, where you can look out through the puka down at the windward side. But they never got there because Ariel wanted to turn around. So Ariel stops hiking. She says she's not comfortable with this. She wants to turn around. The defendant goes on. He hikes another couple minutes up the trail. He hikes another couple minutes, then he comes back and he tells Ariel, tries to convince her to keep going. He tries to say, oh, this is the hardest part. Everything beyond this little bit, easy. But Ariel's still not feeling it. Ariel doesn't want to go on. So they start to descend. And as they start to descend the trail, as they start to walk down that ridge, now, at this point, the steep hill with the forest is on the right, the town side, and the cliff side, the windward side, is on the left. They walk down the trail. They're taking photos. They're sending photos to their family. Defendant ends up taking Ariel's phone to take photos of her, to take a selfie. And Ariel actually takes a photo of the defendant with her phone as well, right by the cliff. Ariel takes a photo and she sends it to her family on an application called Snapchat with the tagline on there, "Don't look down." The defendant then wants to take a photo with Ariel right by the edge of the cliff. And she says she's uncomfortable with it. She's uncomfortable with the cliff. She's uncomfortable with the fall, with the danger. So she goes, she holds onto a tree, and she tries to take the photo. The defendant goes back up, away from the cliff, back towards the trail. Ariel follows. And then as Ariel's moving down the trail to safely get by the defendant at this narrow spot with the cliff behind her, the defendant ends up grabbing her by her shoulders. He pushes her backwards towards that cliff. Ariel goes to the ground. She goes to the ground. They start wrestling. They start struggling. They start fighting. And in that fight, the defendant gains the advantage. The defendant gets on top of Ariel. The defendant is straddling Ariel over her waist, pinning her onto the ground. And Ariel's trying to fight back. She's trying to struggle. But she sees in the defendant's hand a syringe. She sees in the defendant's hand a syringe, and she tries to hit it away. She hits it. The syringe falls out the defendant's hand. And then she sees a vial in the same hand. As the defendant reaches into the backpack he had, reaching in there, trying to grab something, Ariel still struggles. She still tries to take that vial out of his hand. And they keep fighting. And at this time, the defendant has Ariel's phone. The defendant is holding on to Ariel's purse. The defendant is holding on to Ariel's wallet. Ariel pleads with the defendant. She talks about their children. She asks the defendant not to do this. She begs him not to do this. And the defendant says, "I'm sick of this shit." He's sick of this shit. Ariel calms the defendant down. She thinks she calms the defendant down until the defendant picks up that rock. Until the defendant picks up that rock that Amanda Morris saw. Until the defendant picks up that rock that Sarah Buxbaum saw. And just when she thought the defendant had calmed down, he starts to take that rock and bash her in the head multiple times. "Help! Help! Help!" is what Ariel says while the defendant is hitting her. And those cries were answered. Those cries were answered when Amanda Morris and Sarah Bucksbaum arrived on the scene. The defendant stood up. Amanda, again, saw him hit Ariel. The defendant stands up. Ariel is able to scoot away. Ariel is able to get to Amanda and Sarah, and they're able to get Ariel safely down the rest of the trail. Once Ariel got to that safety of Amanda and Sarah, the defendant was left alone at the scene, alone with Ariel's phone, alone with Ariel's wallet, alone with Ariel's purse, alone with the syringe, and alone with the vial. All those items, Ariel's phone, purse, wallet, the syringe, the vial, those were never recovered. The story doesn't end quite there once Ariel gets to safety. A few minutes later, at 10:36 a.m., the defendant takes his phone out. He dials his son, his 19-year-old son, named Emil. He calls him on the FaceTime application on his phone. There's a video call, so Emil can see his dad. And Emil sees his dad with blood all over him. And what does the defendant say to Emil? He says, "I'm not going to make it back. I tried to kill Ari, but she got away." That's what the defendant tells Emil. He doesn't just tell Emil that he tried to kill Ariel, though. He tells her why. The defendant tells Emil, "She's been cheating on me for the last 3 months, or the last several months." He gives his motive to Emil, and he explains his reasoning. He even tells Emil, "I'm at the end of my rope." An hour later, the defendant calls Emil back. The first question the defendant asks him, "Emil, did you tell anybody?" And Emil says yes. Emil says, "I told Judy and Peter Mast, Ariel's mom and stepdad." Now, how does the defendant respond? He says he's going to jump. Emil tells him not to, tries to convince him not to, and the defendant ends the phone call by saying, "I gotta hang up so the police don't find me." That phone call was at around 11:40 a.m. That's the last anyone heard of the defendant for the next 6 to 7 hours. The defendant told Emil that he was turning his phone off so the police couldn't find him. And for a long time, they couldn't. Despite a manhunt that lasted for almost 8 hours that day, multiple different agencies, Honolulu Police Department, Honolulu Fire Department, the Department of Land and Natural Resources, multiple agencies all trying to find the defendant, all searching for him in that forest up there at the Palipuka area. None of them could find him. But later on, as the sun was getting ready to set, a few minutes after 6 p.m., March 24, 2025, 3 HPD officers are headed back to the station. They've been called off the search. They're done. They couldn't find him. But as they're driving on that road that goes from the Pali Lookout back to the Pali Highway, back to town, they're driving out and they see a man. They see a man exit the forest. A man matching the description of the defendant. They identify themselves. They say, "Police! Police!" The man runs. He tries to get to the forest. He tries to escape them. The officers catch up. They apprehend him. They do use force to do so. And the man is identified as Dr. Gerhard Konig. Now, you'll hear about this case. You've all been informed about how long this trial is going to be. So you hear about this case in a couple different phases. First, you'll hear from witnesses, Amanda Morris, Sarah Bucksbaum. You'll hear what happened up at the Poly Lookout on March 24, 2025. You'll hear how the investigation proceeded. You'll hear from the HPD officers who responded. You'll hear from the DLNR officer who responded. You'll hear from the evidence specialists who went to the scene, who took photographs of the bloody patch on the ground, of the crushed plants, of the trail of blood. You'll see those photos. You'll see the photos of Ariel at the scene and how she looked like immediately after this happened. You'll hear from Ariel herself. She'll testify as to what happened on March 24th, her birthday.
It's weird to me that he says, and how she looked like, because to me that's something that, like, people who I know who say it that way are, English is not their first language. Screaming kids. Bloody murder, she's screaming. He's coming to an end. He's told us now everything we need to know. I mean, not everything, but everything he's going to tell us, really. So I'm going to switch to the defense, because that one, I think we want to hear the whole thing. Let's see. And he does a few things here. He blames the victim. You'll see. You know brain have? How come? What are you going to do about keyboard have? Meow. Or were you just copying the way he spoke? For really? No, I know he's a child, but he's a child who I think is his first language. Meowgy. Help. He's doing a good job. I was his mother. I'd be proud of him. Okay.
Just a second to get set up here.
Watch this. I also think he's kind of hot, this defense attorney. Don't ever repeat. He's also, I mean, he's a defense.
Ready? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There are often two sides to every story, and it's only fair that we wait to hear both sides before we start to make up our mind. You just heard one side. You just heard one side. And this is my opportunity to share with you the other side. To share with you the full story, both sides. To share with you the complex human interactions between Gerhard and his wife, and the complex human chain of events between December and March that resulted in him sitting here falsely accused of attempted murder. And the evidence will show he is falsely accused of attempted murder. And let me get one thing straight from the start. He never ever confessed to his son on that phone call. The evidence will show that's not true. This is a long, complex human story, and I'm going to walk you through all the details of it this morning. However, the evidence will show that this story, this human story, can be summarized best in 3 words, just in summary, 3 words. Unfaithful, unwilling, and untrue. Unfaithful, unwilling, and untrue. Unfaithful. Ariel Konig was unfaithful to her husband. In the latter part of 2024, she engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a man she worked with, a married man named Jeffrey Miller, an affair. When Gerhard discovered it in early December 2024, he was heartbroken. He was devastated. And he didn't know if they could come back from that. He didn't know if he could trust her again. He didn't know if he wanted to. But they both had a lot invested in this marriage. They both had moved to Maui. They had 2 very young boys together. And they thought they should try. Both of them wanted to try. But in order to try, there was going to be things that Gerhard needed on a human level. On a human level, there's just going to be things he needed to heal from her inappropriate relationship with Mr. Miller. He was going to need her to quit her job and never speak to, communicate, or be together with Mr. Miller again. Understandable. She loved her job. She liked her job very much. It was a very rare, unique job. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But he needed her to quit and not be around Mr. Miller. He needed her to accept responsibility, not minimize, not be defensive, show remorse for this relationship that she had. And you will see the messages, some of them, because she deleted most of them. But the ones you'll see. And you'll see where she, in text messages to him, admits that she had an affair. You'll see it. So he needed her to accept it, and he needed her to show remorse. And he needed her to give up some of her secrecy. She had been hiding things, deleting things, so he needed that. If he was going to trust her again, he needed her to be more open and not hide these things. And he needed some intimacy from her, emotional intimacy, but also physical, to feel better, to feel like she still cared about him. Unwilling, second word. The evidence will show that after being confronted by him, she initially admits to it, accepts responsibility, and says she wants to do these things, says, yeah, you know, you're right, I want to make this work, I'm going to quit my job, no more contact with Miller, do all these things. Very quickly, that changed. She very quickly became unwilling to do those things that it was going to take to live this way, to make it work. Primarily, she did not want to quit her job, and not seeing Mr. Miller in person was affecting her job. So she didn't quit. She said, but I just won't talk to him, I won't be with him. But that was affecting her job into January and February. So she quickly became unwilling to do those things. And that unwillingness led to a very tumultuous January and February of 2025, because they would make some progress, and then she would, she wouldn't be willing. They would take a couple steps back. It was an emotional roller coaster for both of them. Complex human interactions. But they were trying. They were trying. They were trying. This leads to March, when, in an effort to try, Gerhard asks her, hey, your birthday's coming up, what do you want to do? She is the one who said, hey, I've been wanting to go on a staycation to Oahu. You will see it. She admits to that. So they go on this trip to Oahu, and they go on this hike, and I'm going to get into a lot more details, but you're going to hear how on the hike she brought it up, and she said, hey, it's been a while now, I got to see Mr. Miller again for work, you got to trust me. And he's dumbfounded. He realizes they made zero progress over the last 3 months. She doesn't understand what he's going through. She's not willing to do what it's going to take. And he tells her, well, this isn't going to work. You're going to have to move out. And I'm going to tell all our family and friends about your affair. It's just not going to work. This leads to a physical altercation that she started. She started. She came after him, started kicking, punching. They end up on the ground. She's swinging at him. He's grabbing an arm. She's swinging with the other arm. She's kicking him. As the prosecutor said, they're on the ground. She picks up a rock and hits him in the face with it. And he quickly reacts, human reaction, grabs the rock, hits her twice, and stops.
I mean, you hear this story he's coming up with?
Untrue. untrue.
You will.
After that, knowing that
You will
the
hear.
marriage is over, knowing that this is heading for a divorce and custody battle, the evidence will show Ariel Konig says many untrue things about what happened. And she did so, you will see, to get the upper hand in the coming divorce and custody case. And you will see how she is using the allegations in this case, in the divorce, to get everything. His retirement, the house, full custody, everything. Unfaithful to her husband, unwilling to do what it was going to take, untrue things after all of this happens on the cliff. Says untrue things. I'm going to get into this in a lot more detail over the next half an hour, but there's a few things I want to address up front. The evidence will show there was absolutely no premeditated plan to take her up to this busy parking lot, the Pali Lookout parking lot, in broad daylight in the middle of the morning at 10-something in the morning, and try to kill her in broad daylight. There was no premeditated plan. This was a unplanned, unanticipated scuffle that happened between a couple. There was no plan. Number two, the evidence will show there was absolutely no syringes on the mountain that day. He didn't have any syringes, wasn't trying to stab her. The evidence will show he never tried to throw her off the cliff. She attacked him, pushed him, and they ended up in a scuffle on the ground. He never tried to throw her off the cliff. Number four, the evidence will show he did hit her with the rock. He did hit her with the rock. And she does have, I'll tell you, she's got a bad cut on her head. She's got a severe laceration on her head from it. And it bleeds a lot. But the evidence will show, medically speaking, it looked worse than it was. You'll hear from Queen's doctors who treated her that day and said that there was no substantial risk of death from the cut, and it didn't even rise to the level of serious bodily injury. She had no skull fractures, brain bleeds. They stitched her up. They let her go the next morning. That's what the medical evidence will show. The evidence will show he never confessed to his son. I'm going to talk more about that later. That's what the evidence will show. Now, before I get into the details more, I want to share a little bit with you about Dr. Konig, Gerhard. He's 47 years old. He was 46 when this happened. He was actually born and raised initially in South Africa. His parents, Peter, his dad, and his mom, Anwil, flew in today. They were raising the kids. He has 3 siblings, 2 brothers and a sister. LaRue, Ruan, and Lisa, his siblings. At some point when Gerhard was about 9th grade, they moved to San Diego. Just things going on in South Africa at the time. They wanted to come in a better situation. Gerhard graduated from high school, went to college, UC San Diego, majored in bioengineering. Worked a little bit, went to med school. He got married young, his first marriage when he was 20 years old. He married a lady named Jessica Ray Patella. And they had 2 kids when he was relatively young, still in medical school. Ophelia, his older daughter, and then Emil. You're going to hear a lot about Emil. And he finished med school. He did his residency in anesthesiology and became board certified, was actually teaching as a professor. And sometime in his residency, his first marriage, they separated, they got a divorce. So he knows what it's like to get a divorce. You know, it's not ideal. He didn't want to do it again. But it wasn't a situation where, like, if, you know, he had to, I'm going to kill her if I can't be with her. No, he's been through it. So they separate. And from his first wife. When it's time for him to start dating again, he goes online and uses dating for a couple of free dating apps. It didn't really work out. So he paid for a subscription to eharmony.com. And at some point, Ariel Konig reaches out to him. And they go on a date at a bar, and things progress from there. They get married in 2018. They have their first son, Olin, is born in 2020. And they're living in Pittsburgh at the time. He's working, she's working. And they wanted to find a safer place to live. There was a lot of gun violence in the area. It was important to them to find a safer, maybe warmer place as well. They fell in love with Maui. For those reasons, they fell in love with Maui. It was going to be a hit to their careers, though, because especially her, what she does, nuclear engineering, and she works on these big nuclear energy projects. There wasn't really jobs like that in Maui, but she wanted to do that and come here. And so that's what they did. They moved here in March of 2023. And right before they moved here, literally the month before, their second son, Vigo, was born. Right before they moved. So they moved here, and from March 2023 until December 2024, for Gerhard, it was a dream life. He got a good job at Maui Memorial. He loved his wife. He loved his kids, living in paradise on Maui. It was a great life. He loved his marriage. In 2024, we find out Ariel didn't necessarily feel the same way. In August of 2024, she has to travel a lot for work because she works virtually. In August of 2024, she goes on a trip to South Africa with Jeffrey Miller. And Gerhard knows about it, but he has no reason to be concerned. He's not really worried about it at all. She comes back. In October, the family, they go on a trip to Kauai for Emil's birthday. And for the first time, he starts to see some red flags. He overhears her talking on the phone to Mr. Miller, which is supposed to be a work call, and it just didn't sound right. It was overly flirty. It was the way someone in a relationship would talk to another, and it bothered him. But he said, maybe, I'm not, it's weird, but, Things progress in November and December. He keeps seeing these things. When he walks in, she's texting somebody, she hides her phone, and he starts to, a lot of red flags. So he goes into detective mode. And in early December, when she's sleeping, he logs onto her phone, and she's not text messages, not emails for work. She finds a WhatsApp message thread between her and Miller. And it was more than flirty. It was very, very concerning. It was inappropriate. And what concerned him a lot is it was clear she was deleting a lot of it. She was deleting a lot of it. So he's really, really worried. Really worried. He stays home the next day, and now he uses his computer and he logs onto WhatsApp, and he's able to log into her WhatsApp. And he sees live the communication throughout the day between her and Miller. And it was clear what was going on between the two of them. And he'll tell you about what he saw. Knowing now that she was in this inappropriate relationship and this affair with Mr. Miller, he was heartbroken. And he didn't know quite what to do. So a couple of days go by. They had a trip planned to San Luis Obispo, and he ends up confronting her about it there. She's immediately apologetic. She says she admits to it, and they have, it's hard. It's a lot of tears, a lot of crying, a lot of working through it that weekend. They don't know what to do, and he was telling her, I don't know maybe you should move out. Maybe you should move out. And by the end, they agree. Okay, you're not going to move out, but these are the things that he needed, right? And we talked about that, and he shared, with her, she needed to quit her job. She needed to not see him anymore, and all the things that I talked to you about earlier. They get back to Maui, and she actually starts looking for a new job. You will hear that there's no other job like hers. And she quickly realizes she wasn't willing to give that up. She wanted her career mattered to her more than doing what Gerhard needed to stop working with this man. Now, January and February, like I said, a lot of emotional roller coaster, working on it, making progress, realizing she's not really, she starts minimizing, she starts bringing up things he should have done differently. They end up in counseling. The counseling's about other things as well, and they're making some progress. It's kind of like one step forward, two steps back, but they're still trying. And this comes to the March trip that I talked to you about. Now, he does suggest, let's do something for your birthday. She says, why don't we go on a trip to Oahu? This was not some big plan of his to get her to Oahu, the more crowded place, and try to kill her in broad daylight. Okay, that's the evidence will not support that. They came here for her birthday. The first night, I think they get here on a Sunday. They have a good day. They go to the spa together. You'll see some photos from the trip. They're enjoying themselves. They go to dinner that night. Next day is her birthday. They wake up, they go downstairs, they get coffee. The plan was they were going to go on this hike. She knew about the hike. They researched it together before coming here. She packed her hiking stuff. It was something that she was excited about. And then after that, they were going to spend some time at the pool. And you will see the reservation from Fett Restaurant that he made for dinner that night. You will see it. He had dinner reservations for Fett that very night when apparently he had a plan to throw off a mountain that day. There was reservations at the restaurant. So that was what the day was supposed to be. You'll hear they start heading up to the mountain. And that morning, you'll hear about some life insurance issues. You'll hear that after this affair and all of that, as a way to kind of commit, he wanted to increase his life insurance for her. He wanted to increase his for her. So you'll hear he took the steps to increase his life insurance to $1.5 million. And it came in 2 stages. The million got approved about a week or so before. And that morning, the second half of that got approved. And you see on the document, he made her the sole beneficiary. He got an email that very morning of the hike. And he shared it with her. And he said, hey, look, good news. It's all approved. 1.5 million in effect. I think hers was up to maybe 250,000 or something like that. And so that was on the way there. He shared that with her. So they get there, and you're going to see the body cam, or you're going to see evidence. It's a super crowded parking lot. Tour buses, tourists, people everywhere, cars everywhere. He says, well, it was a separate tour bus one, and that they're right next to each other. It's the same parking lot. It's a very, very crowded place. It's a popular trail. This incident that they described, that I'll describe today, it took place about 5 minutes in from that parking lot. It took place 5 minutes in from that parking lot in broad daylight. There was no effort to go on this hike alone. They had some trouble. First time there, they're looking for the trailhead. They go to check out the Pali Lookout. They start up on the trail. On the trail, they start talking about the progress they're making and things like that. And she says, hey, I need you to start trusting me more. It's been a while. We've made progress. I got to be able to travel for work. I got to be able to be in the same place as Mr. Miller. You don't have to worry about it, but I do need, it's impacting my work, okay? We're not here saying that she wanted to divorce him and marry Mr. Miller. She had this, affair on the side and whatever it was, but now she was worried about her job. And she was saying, I got to be able, it's affecting my work. And he's like I said, he's dumbfounded. It showed that she had zero understanding of what he was going through in the last 3 months, how hard it was for him. And that leads him to tell her, this is crazy. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. And you're going to have to move out, and, people are going to ask why, and I'm going to tell them why. Because of your relationship with Mr. Jeffrey Miller, your co-worker. Of course, she's upset. And this is very important. You will hear this from her. At that point, she says, I don't want to go on this hike anymore. Understandably, they're in a big fight, right? But they're 5 minutes in from the parking lot. You'll see it's not very far up. It's not sheer cliffs on every side when you're walking up there. There's bushes and, they're 5 minutes in. And she says, I don't want to go on this hike. Very important. He says, okay, well, fine. I'm going up on my own. And he leaves her there and continues on. That will be undisputed. Leaves her there. Equally important. He goes up a little bit, 5 minutes in, and he's like, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to go on this hike. Just forget it. Let's just go back to the hotel and just, go home. He comes back down, and she will tell you this, undisputed. He gets there, and he says to her, oh, you're still here. I thought you were going back to the car. The evidence will show he had no plan to take her up there and kill her. The evidence will show he left her on the hike thinking she was going back to the car. This idea about, oh, she got away and escaped from me. He left her thinking she was going back to the car. This is not some fight over not wanting to take a photo in the right place. He gets back down there, and she's acting different, and she's acting very differently. You'll hear about it. And what happens next is he turns around and he's just, they're talking and she's saying, look, let's just forget about it. We'll, whatever. He's looking out over towards the cliff area and he feels a shove from behind. And he turns around and he says to her, what the hell was that? And it felt to him that she tried to push him towards the edge. And he turns around and he says to her, what are you doing? And she starts screaming. However he said it, help, help, help. She starts screaming. And she's backing away after pushing him and she's yelling, help, help, help. She's not saying he's hitting me, he's killing me or anything like that. You'll hear from the witnesses. They thought somebody fell off the cliff. And he's turning around, he's saying, what are you doing? Why did you push me? And he's walking towards her and she's yelling, help, help. And he puts his hands on her to calm her down and she starts swinging. She starts kicking, he's grabbing her, ends up on the ground. This scuffle was unplanned, unexpected, and escalated quickly. They're on the ground. I described what happened. She's punching him, she's kicking him, he's on top of her trying to stop, hits him, she tries to grab that arm, hits him with the other arm, kicking him. She picks up the rock and hits him with the rock on the side of his head. And she tries to hit him again, he stops, he gets the rock, and in a split second, human reaction, under attack, he hits her with the rock. It was a reflex, it was a reaction, it was in response to the force that he had just experienced. But he stops. Because the hit made her stop. And as soon as she stopped, he stopped. It was about this time these two witnesses got there. One of them doesn't even see him hit her at all. The other will tell you, she saw one hit. They got there. They said when they heard it, they came around the corner, and by then he was standing and he had the rock and he didn't hit her. They saw the very tail end of this. They don't know how it started. They didn't see who started it. They got there at the very end. He hit her once and he stopped. After that, the witnesses are there. She's yelling out to them. She crawls down to them, and you hear from them. He stands there. He doesn't come after her. He doesn't aggress towards them. He doesn't yell at them. He doesn't try to grab her and continue to throw her off. She had stopped assaulting him. He had backed away. And he saw that she was okay. He saw that she was talking and yelling to the witnesses. He saw that. And they make their way down the trail. Now, the ambulance comes. There's a lot of blood because you'll hear that part of the head. The scalp, it bleeds a lot. They take her to Queens, and you'll hear when they get there, because she was not in any type of critical condition, she never lost consciousness or anything like that. The ambulance has to wait outside for 20 to 30 minutes or more because of triage, because there's more serious patients. So they're sitting in the ambulance waiting, okay? She eventually tells the police detective that he wanted her to take a selfie. She didn't want to, and he said, I'm sick of this shit, and he grabbed her, tried to throw her off the cliff, picked up, had some syringes, which apparently she says she can just flick out of his hand, and then she tells the detective he beats her with the rock 10 times with all his might, over and over and over and over again. I know that wasn't 10, but you get the point, okay? Over and over again. She says 10 times with all his might, he beats her with the rock. You will see photos of it. You will hear from the medical experts in this case. 2 from Queens, and we have a forensic pathologist who will talk to you about that. The physical injuries, while the laceration is significant, is inconsistent with being hit in your head 10 times with all your might. She had no skull fractures, no brain bleeds, no orbital fractures. She never lost consciousness. The 2 doctors said there was no substantial risk of death. They said that it wasn't serious bodily injury. And she went home the next day. I'll be the first to tell you, the photos you're going to see are graphic. There is a bad laceration from the hit from the rock. You'll see it. You'll see it. There's a bad laceration. But you'll hear, medically speaking, from the medical doctors in this case, it's not as bad as it looks. You're going to see there's blood everywhere because you'll hear that area, a lot of blood vessels, there's blood everywhere. She never loses consciousness, no risk of death from the injuries, stitched up, went home the next day. And it was a rock. He hit her with a rock in response to her hitting him. So, meanwhile, Gerhardt's up on the mountain. And this is important. Okay, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from him, what was happening, going through his mind. This is, like I said, the evidence will show this is a human story. Okay, human story. He's stunned about what happened. He's in shock. He doesn't go after them. They go down. And he immediately goes into almost a despondent state. He realizes his marriage is over. He realizes she's yelling to them, call the police, he's trying to kill me. He realizes his career could very well be over. He saw that she was hurt. And you'll hear. He was disappointed. He was remorseful. He was upset about the whole incident. He never wanted it to come to that. He never wanted her to be hurt. And he was disappointed in himself that he reacted that way, the way he did. He was remorseful that he reacted when in that split second. And he went into a deep state of depression, sadness, disappointment, to a place where he became suicidal. And they're going to say the evidence shows his consciousness of guilt that he stayed on the mountain. The evidence will show, it shows that he was human, dealing with this, what just happened, realizing he could lose everything and his marriage is over. So he stayed up on the mountain, and he was suicidal. He was going back and forth between jumping off the cliff and not thinking about his kids. And the one person he wanted to talk to was his 19-year-old son, Emil. His son, not Miss Konig's. And he calls Emil, and you'll hear. It was an incredibly emotional phone call. He was calling him to say goodbye. He was calling him to tell him he was sorry. He was calling him to tell him that he wished he was a better man. And he'll tell you, he feels terrible about putting his son in that position. He'll tell you he never should have done that, but that was the emotional state he was in at the time. He never in that conversation confessed about my goal was to kill your mom, but she got away. He never said that. He talked about what happened. He talked about how he hurt her. He never said that, those things. Not that way. Not that way. Emil tries to talk to him. Dad, don't kill yourself. A horrible situation for a boy that age to be in. But it made him think. He stayed up there longer. Finally, before the sun set, he decides, okay, I gotta come down. It's time to just come down and deal with this. He had worked through some of those emotions. He said, I'm gonna come down and just deal with this. So he comes down while the sun is still out onto the main road where the cops are. Not trying to escape by coming down to the main road where all the cops are. Not waiting till it's dark. Comes down. He's been up there processing everything that just happened, going through his emotional phases related to it, and now he comes down. And the cops grab him, and they think he's fleeing, so they grab him, and he's he's a little, they apprehend him. They apprehend him. He'll tell you, he feels awful that she got hurt. And you'll see it. I'm telling you, there's blood everywhere. There's a big gash. There was just one, maybe two hits with the rock. And then that's it. That's it. Medically speaking, not that bad. Visually, the photographs look horrible. Just letting you know. But you hear from the doctors. It was not life-threatening. It was not serious bodily injury. They stitched her up. You know, 3 days later, she leaves the hospital. 3 days later, she logs on, he mentioned it. She gets an attorney within a day or two. Someone who's attorney specializing in criminal defense, TROs, things like that. He gets an attorney. She gets an attorney. 3 days after this incident, she goes onto their joint accounts, moves 130 grand. It's primarily his money without his permission. She's in touch with her attorney.
This just gets
They file a
stupider and stupider.
restraining order against him. The hearing's coming up. She knows she has to take the stand, testify under oath. Instead of take the stand, testify under oath, be cross-examined, she dismisses the restraining order against him. Shortly thereafter, you'll hear that she files for divorce. And you hear how even as recently as last week, her and her attorney that she signed off on this files something saying, because he attempted to kill me, I should get full custody of the kids, I should get the house, I should get half his retirement and keep mine. Things that she would never get absent these allegations. Just last week. Digital forensics. They got good guys that work there. They went through his entire computer, every last search. They were looking for searches like kill wife, dangerous, hike. They didn't find any of that. They didn't find anything of that. He was looking into infidelity and things like that. He was trying to process it. You'll see how she was as well, listening to audiobooks about affairs and things like that. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you wait till you hear everything. Even the law on self-defense. Even the law on self-defense that you'll learn at the end. I ask you to keep an open mind. He never wanted her to get hurt. He feels terrible about that. He's disappointed in himself. He had a human reaction, a human reflex to her hitting him with the rock. And then he stopped. And then because of the person that he is, he was so disappointed that he went into this state of depression, suicidal thoughts. And that's why he was on the mountain. This is going to be a complex, long human story. It's also, the evidence will show, going to be a sad one for everyone involved. For Ms. Konig, their kids, and for Gerhard. But it's not a simple story. The evidence will show it's not so simple of she had an affair, therefore he had a motive to kill her. The evidence will show human life, human emotions, human interactions are often much more complex than that. So I ask that you keep an open mind, listen to this entire human story, use your logic, reason, and common sense. She said he was trying to load the syringe in the middle of the fight. The evidence will show if he had a plan to use syringes, you think he might have it loaded ahead of time. They mentioned the things that were missing, the syringes. The evidence will show the rock is found right there, right there. The evidence will show if somebody's going to hide evidence, they'd hide all of it. There was no syringes on the mountain, no attempt to throw him off a cliff. The witnesses got there at the very end. They did not see who started it or how it started. I thank you for your time this morning. I thank you for keeping an open mind, as we know you will. As you now know, there are two sides to this story. And it'll be your job at the end to use your reason, logic, and common sense and see which one makes more sense. Was this about not being willing to take a selfie? Or was this about a lot more? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otake. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our first morning recess. Let's take a 10-minute recess. Ms. McCallum will collect you just after 10:40, and we'll come back into the courtroom. We'll begin the presentation of evidence. All right. Ms. Young, you can leave the jury out.
Carolina Hurtado says that he hit her with a jagged, like, lava rock, not just a rock. But I say he was just grabbing what was within arm's reach. That's not his fault. It happened to be jagged, petrified piece of molten lava. Sheesh, the way you people are acting, like, I mean, she was having an emotional affair, people. First of all, I don't even think she was. Like, I think what we're going to find out is that he was a jealous lunatic long before any of this happened. And he was always going through his shit, and he found something that he could, you know how these people are. I mean, come on. Jesus. And yeah, they're like not even like resin. They're like this hard, just lava. Also, I like how he's acting like she's claiming it was just about a selfie. And like it matters what the hell it was about. I don't care. Plus, I think we're also going to find out that this insurance that he claims that he got for her on him went both ways, I suspect. Yeah, she refused to quit her job. All he asked her, demanded of her, was that she quit her job. Not a big deal. I mean, there's always open positions for nuclear engineers, for starters. And as I said before, I don't care if she was a cashier. She wanted to keep her job. She should keep her job. I mean, like Mal said, you have to make a decision. If you can't live with it, then break up. Don't make this other person's life hell. I have a feeling this defense attorney costs a lot of money. I think he's like I mean, based on absolutely nothing except for my personal suspicions, I think he's the Jose Baez of Honolulu. They are. Talking to guys at work, yeah. She wouldn't quit her nuclear physics job and wouldn't have sex with him enough. Yeah. I also think that whole thing about his needs and all that intimacy is a cover up for a potential rape charge ending, or as part of this whole thing, because I think when he found that thing on her phone and this whole thing happened, that he got extra crazy and abusive. Yeah, waiting to hear that the insurance was only based on him. Come on. Hey, Robin. Yeah, Casey Anthony ruined a lot of things for us, right, Detective? I mean, thanks to her, we can never unclench. And him, Baez. Syringes, just like 2 times hit her with the rock. And it's not, she was only in the hospital for 3 days. Days. Yeah, she's like a rocket scientist. Peaceful. So I think that's where we will. Are we gonna? Yeah, we're gonna hear from Ariel, the wife, the victim, and Emil, who is her stepson and his son, the one he FaceTimed and confessed to, despite this guy's claims that he. We're gonna hear from everyone in this one. This is not like the last one where he's like, "I really wish you could meet her, but you can't." sitting right there. I also have a feeling that in that case with the Mericle dentist woman, the self-defense locked door shooting, I have a feeling that she may end up testifying. I don't know why. Hey, Marla. I think it will be too, Robin. We started this a different case. Unless you might be actually be at the beginning of it. But they'll both be pretty interesting. Oh yeah, you're gonna like it, Disney. It's really something, this defense. All right, but guys, I'm gonna keep covering this. I'll probably do some more videos on it. What I want to do is I'll do videos and then we'll cover it live again, either during the week and or whatever. Probably during the week, and then we see. I think Hear Me Out is gonna go live with some Ramona call. That kind of ties into that what we were talking about last night with the whole probation thing. And no, she survived, Eric. So we know he didn't kill her, but we also know he tried to. And my guess is that he would his new plan once she didn't A, quit her job, and B, just jump off the cliff, was he was going to beat her with a rock and then throw her over the cliff and be like, she fell, I'm so upset. He called his son and said, I tried to kill Ari, but she escaped. It's pretty clear. Now he's pleading. And maybe he didn't get a plea deal, I don't know, but... Thanks, Billie Jean. See you guys later.